You win.
Who are you guys?
We're you, dude!
You're metal, dude!
Dudes!
Deliberating. Deliberating. Deliberating.
Dogfish.
Deliberating.
Dogfish. I'm the dude.
One minute, dude.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
You're a lying dogfish pony soldier. You said you were, but now you gotta be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you.
3, 2, 1, fight!
Who are you guys?
We're you, dude!
Big ups to Andre 3000 for the flute on that intro.
Thank you, Andre.
Big ups to dudes.
We appreciate it. Well, we got a good one for you guys tonight. First, we got to thank everybody. We finally hit 5,000 subs. It's been a long haul since I lost the Odin's Alchemy channel, and they did not seem to want to let us bust 5,000, but here we are. So thank you, everybody, for that. We got an excellent show for you guys tonight. Steve and Mr. Marcus and Ryan are going to debate about the whether January 6th was insurrection and the implications of that. I am going to be moderating tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. We hope you guys really enjoy it, and thanks for watching us. Ryan, please introduce yourself and pimp out anything you want, including your channel and anything upcoming you got.
Yeah, Ryan, radical coder, progressive, radical left lunatic. I do a lot of debates, do a lot of political commentary. I also do a lot of coding stuff, especially like AI related things. A lot of like vibe coding sessions, especially vibe coding the news is a recurring segment that we have a lot of fun with. Creating like web apps that illustrate specific political concepts or ongoings in the world. And also I have a very cute wiener dog named Umbreon who is squealing around in my lap right now.
We do love dogs. We do.
Appreciate the dogs. Beautiful.
We do love dogs. Despite the fact that you will always see cats swirling around me, there's also 6 dogs here. So,
Well, Ryan, do we have a first important question to ask, Ryan?
Well, I mean, if Ryan has an opening statement he would like to make,
Yeah.
I'm
everybody
all
needs to
for
make an opening statement.
all for hearing it, and would love to get kind of the crux of his argument. I know where I stand, so it would be, I think, hopefully helpful to everybody.
Sure. Yeah, I believe January 6th was an insurrection. I believe it aligns with the legal statutory definition. It's 18 USC 2383, I believe. And basically it is outlined by being an assembly of multiple, like a group of people who is using intimidation or potential violence to interfere with a government procedure. Specifically in this case, it was the peaceful transfer of power. It was Mike Pence certifying the election. And it was preceded by Donald Trump sending a slate of 7 fake electors, people who were lying, saying that they were certified by different states, which they were not. And they were supposed to go. And the intention was for Mike Pence to say, oh, we just can't tell who the real electors are, which would have been a lie, which is why Mike Pence didn't do it, because he was more committed to the Constitution than he was to Donald Trump, which is why Donald Trump's supporters were chanting, hang Mike Pence, why Donald Trump was tweeting, Mike Pence failed us, and why despite the one time that Trump said peacefully and patriotically protest is outweighed obviously by the many times that he said fight like hell or you won't have a country anymore, and the fact that he had hours and hours and hours to do anything to help de-escalate tensions, and he sat in his office doing absolutely fucking nothing, like the pathetic loser that he is.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to be a rough night for you.
We'll see.
Okay. As an opening statement, let me say that I was present on the ground for January 6th. I was there 4 days prior because I was organizing and hosting events around an entirely different area of concentration. We were talking about free speech. We were talking about Julian Assange. We were in DC specifically on the 2nd and 3rd of January because that's when Julian Assange was in court and he was going to potentially receive a verdict. So that's why I was in Washington, D.C. in early January of 2021. We had booked all of this previously, had no idea that a Stop the Steal rally was going to take place. When we found out that January 6th was going to be an additional event centered around this, we were like, oh, I guess we're going to push that return flight home out a little bit because this is probably going to be a shit show. But my opponent, I guess, for this conversation, Ryan, is making all of the most debunked mainstream media lies in terms of his argument. Not only was it not an insurrection, we just recently had the Federal Bureau of Investigation come out and admit that instead of the 26 undercover agents that they had in place for this particular event, there were 275 undercover agents with the
they're hard to keep track of, Steve. They're hard to keep track of.
With the express intent to sow chaos and attempt to wrangle in random individuals into a criminal conspiracy that never actually happened. We have over 3,000 hours of video footage from multiple different people who were live streaming and the federal government itself that shows multiple agent after agent after agent coordinating, coercing, and making possible any intent of or criminal act during that entire time. This is the most easily debunked argument that you could ever put in front of me, and I am so very glad that we're doing it tonight because there are few things in life that make me as, I guess, giddy as realigning the perception of somebody who is, I don't know, a ball hair or two away from destiny's taint.
Okay, so what's the specific thing that you're saying has been debunked exactly?
Marcus. Also.
They're your claims, sir. You.
Yeah, which one was debunked? I didn't hear a debunking there.
Back and forth. Wait for the back and forth. Don't cut Marcus out, guys.
So there's the confusion on the specific date being January 6th. I wonder if that there is evidence that Ryan could provide going to like January, maybe New Year's Eve, maybe January 1st they started assembling upon DC, and by the 6th it just swelled into a full insurrection. I was going to say epiphany. I get that confused with enunciation. I know there's some religious fervor that may have happened on January 6th, but I guess the direct question I would ask Ryan, can an insurrection happen if it is provoked by federal agents themselves? So they are not acting on government, or they're paid by government, but now they're acting as citizens. How does this work?
Well, I'm curious where your evidence is exactly that there. I mean, my understanding is the 26 people who were reported, who were originally reported to be there, were 26 people who had at some point served as informants. That doesn't mean that they're undercover FBI agents. And I don't know about this 200 number. I believe that might be people who were deployed like during. This is something I've heard about recently. I haven't actually read that specific thing from Kash Patel, although I wouldn't trust him for shit. I mean, he's a guy who wrote a book rewriting the insurrection for children. Are you guys familiar with Kash Patel's book, The Plot Against the King? Well, yeah, your FBI director wrote a children's book rewriting January 6th. It's actually a trilogy of books. It's pretty disgusting, pretty deplorable, pretty traitorous.
What makes it disgusting, deplorable, and traitorous? Or is that just shit you're saying to?
Well, he's grooming children into rewriting history.
How is he grooming children?
Disgusting, right?
Like that's
grooming them, and it's political grooming. He's politically grooming them to believe that January 6th was.
Let Ryan speak.
It also has a very catchy song. Yeah, it also has a very catchy song that goes along with it. Unfortunately, I did a short about it on my channel.
Okay, so what we have are Barnum statements that mean absolutely nothing, and then an allusion to a song that may or may not be catchy, but you haven't demonstrated any of this. You've just said it, and just saying.
Well, neither of us have demonstrated anything. We've just said stuff. Both of us have, right?
Well, okay, but the difference being, I have first person on the ground being their experience, and you don't.
What does that matter?
You would you dismiss eyewitness testimony just off the board? Like,
you don't think there's eyewitness testimony that disagrees with your analysis?
Where are you getting your information about January 6th from?
I believe there's a lot of reports that came out from the DOJ regarding this. And I guess news reports about those and like media.
So the DOJ that you don't currently believe gave you the report.
Yeah, I don't trust this DOJ. Not at least not fully. I mean, like if they put out like factual information that's like defended by.
You've lost so hard already.
Okay, well, I mean, you can assert that, but like I'm just saying, like if the DOJ puts out stuff that's defensible, then I would believe it. If they put out stuff that is kind of shaky, then I'm going to be less inclined to.
Believable? Is it believable according to your own ideology, or is it believable according to provable fact?
Yeah, I guess the evidence, like what's the evidence they presented that there's like 275 undercover agents who are provoking? Well, you didn't demonstrate anything either, right?
I'm about
keep accusing me of not demonstrating anything neither. Oh, we're both just talking right now.
You're
right?
the one making the contention. It's up to me to disprove what your bullshit is.
No, you said you were disproving them. You said you were debunking them.
Go further and further into bullshit. So by all means,
what are you saying? You said in your opening you debunked all the stuff that I brought up. So like, what's the specific claim? We have declarative statements from the same agencies that you're citing that upwards of 275 individuals worked for or were under the direction of federal authorities, breaking shit, damaging shit, and trying to incite a riot. So please defend the FBI. My understanding is that 274 figure is regarding people who were deployed after the riot was underway.
And where do you get that from?
DOJ.
Can you pull it up?
Yeah.
Pull it up. Let's take a look at it, because you're going to have to explain to me how they were on site for it and did absolutely nathing until people started wilding out.
Do we have names?
Then you're going to have to demonstrate how the FBI was hands off the entire time, even though the Proud Boys guy, the 3%er guy, the
Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, people who were convicted of seditious conspiracy, pled guilty
as federal agents. All of them,
they've been outed.
So you're going to have to demonstrate. This is the burden on you, my friend.
They've not been. No, you have to demonstrate that. Demonstrate that they've been outed as federal agents.
Well, they have in court cases, and I will be happy to do that.
Okay, let's see it. Yeah.
What's his name from Proud Boys?
Because my understanding is they weren't actually outed as FBI agents.
Your perspective proofs. I must ask, Ryan, have you been to January 6th?
No, I wasn't there, but I do. I mean, I do know there were other people. I believe Dylan Burns, for example, was a podcaster who was there, and he certainly has a different perspective on the events than you do. So, I mean, I can't take one eyewitness testimony over another necessarily. I would have to look at broader evidence, and I've seen quite a lot of footage of people like beating the shit out of cops, talking about hanging Mike Pence, talking about how they are engaging in a revolution, and they're because they lost because they believed that Joe Biden stole the election. They believed the Democrats stole the election, and they were there to stop the steal. That was the whole thing. Like it's surprising to me that you claim to have not known that there was a stop the steal protest going on. I mean, Trump had been talking about this for months on Twitter and Truth Social, and
to be fair, Ryan, nobody here is a Republican. So
I didn't say anything about Republicans,
but I'm saying Steve wasn't necessarily following their particular stuff. He's got his own things. Like he said, he was one of the leaders in the Free Assange movement, things like that. Sure. So he had his own niche he was paying attention to.
Yeah, I wasn't there because I thought all of the sudden American democracy had been usurped. That sure. wasn't why I was there. I was there for an entirely different event. I just happened to be there during the same week, and I thought, oh, this is gonna be crazy. Let me change my flight. That's why I was there.
Okay, so I also just posted an AP News article in the back that's regarding the 270.
Steve can bring those up. Ryan, I'm asking you, the purpose of the event of January 6th, according to your point of view, was to protest the peaceful transfer of power. So it was a peaceful protest of the peaceful transfer of power.
Well, it wasn't peaceful, right?
Well, when did it become unpeaceful?
Well, how was it?
Probably when they started attacking the cops and breaking into the Capitol.
Hang on. How was it not peaceful? They
were beating up cops? They were beating the shit out of cops, and they were breaking into the Capitol building.
Did the transfer of power take place?
It was delayed.
By how long?
A couple hours.
And the couple of hours that it was delayed, it was politicians leaving a secure room for political expediency to promote
probably because they were scared, right?
Of it. Do you think AOC was killed that day? Because she said she was.
That day?
She said she was.
She was scared for her life that day. I would believe her. I would have been if I was in her shoes.
Let me go ahead and tell you about this real quick because this might blow your mind.
They broke down Nancy Pelosi's office door.
Do you know that Nancy Pelosi was not anywhere near her office door?
That's not what I didn't say anything about where she was. I said they broke down her door. Do you think a congressperson should feel unsafe if someone's breaking down their office door?
This is very important to this conversation.
Can you answer that question though, and then we can do whatever the next thing is? Do you think it's reasonable? Real quick, please, but just for a sanity check, do you think it's reasonable for a congressperson to feel unsafe if there's someone at their office door breaking it down, even if they're not there at the moment?
I think it's reasonable for any individual to feel upset that they're.
I didn't say upset. Unsafe.
I think it's reasonable for any person to feel upset that what they regard as their property, even though it's not their property, is infringed when they are a half a mile away. But
I don't think the concern right there was about her property. I don't think they're concerned.
Everybody has the right to be upset. That
I feel like you're deflecting right now.
Just
but I'll wait.
Fucking finish, dude. I think everybody has the right to be upset that what is their property inside of a building that doesn't belong to them has been vandalized. I think that Nancy Pelosi is 100% in the right to say my office was vandalized and I am not okay with it. And the people who vandalized my office, who broke the law, should be punished for vandalizing my office. Nancy Pelosi was a half a mile away in the Rayburn building, which is way down the road from and on the other side of the street from the United States Capitol building, as were every single other individual member of Congress. They were in the Rayburn building or they were in the adjacent building. None of them were in the Capitol because that's not where the vote was taking place. This is something that is fundamentally missed by everybody on the left. None of those people were in the Capitol at all.
So
they
now we're
were
talking about
either in
separate-
the Rayburn building or the building adjacent, whose name I can't remember, but I've been in front of both. In fact, let me tell you a little story, Ryan. The day
Can I ask my question again? Because you didn't answer my question. Now you're going on to like a whole nother. You're telling me a story now. Well, I don't feel like you did. Can I reiterate my question and clarify why I feel like I wasn't answered before you go and tell me a story?
You're telling a story. I'm telling.
I'm
fact.
not. Okay. You just said you're going to tell me a story, but okay, tell me the story.
What's the question, Ryan?
So the question was, he started going on about how, you know, people have the right to be upset about their private property or whatever, or property that doesn't technically belong to them when they weren't there. I didn't say anything about that. I didn't bring up anything about that. What I asked specifically was, do you think it's reasonable for a congressperson to feel unsafe if there are people breaking down their door in the halls of Congress?
I said yes, but that didn't happen. Not only did that not happen, the Congress critters weren't in the fucking building that you're claiming they were. So you're
what did not happen? Can you clarify what you're saying did not happen?
What I heard Steve say was
fundamentally wrong across the board. Yes, of course it sucks that people would break into your office. Yes, that's wrong. Yes, that's a bad thing. Nobody's denying that.
So
what you're failing to
speaking,
incorporate is that the office that you're talking about was empty. It was empty because all of the people involved were a half a mile down the road on the other side of the street in their own personal buildings.
Do we have a map of DC? And was the entire insurrection taking place all over the entire district of Columbia?
This is just so dumb, dude. I was there for this. I was on the ground for this. I can't even believe that you brought me this fucking kid to fucking put this bullshit out. Like, fucking, can we get an adult? What the fuck?
I'm 33 years old. I mean,
the building that has Nancy Pelosi's office, that's the Capitol building. Does the Capitol building itself, as a person with its own rights and feelings, did anyone ask how the Capitol building felt that day on January 6th?
I'm sure the Capitol building was very upset. However, having stood on the back steps,
I'm just gonna ask the question again when you guys are done memeing. By the way,
okay. So there's two vantage points when you're on the steps of the Capitol building. One of them faces the Supreme Court. That's where the scaffolding was. That's where you had patriots or whatever they want to fucking call themselves climbing and stuff like that. On the other side of the Capitol building, it faces the Washington Monument.
How much real estate is that? Like acreage? A couple acres?
At least, man. It's a good chunk of real estate.
What percentage of the entire District of Columbia was under attack that day, Ryan?
Yeah, well,
wait, you're asking me what percentage? Is that
percentage of the land mass of the District of Columbia? I know you're into coding and numbers. What percentage of the District of Columbia on January 6th?
I don't care. That has nothing to do with the coders at hand.
Well,
in my opinion,
to me it does. It matters to me. I want to know what percentage.
Okay, well, I don't have an opinion on that.
You're the numbers guy. You're the coders guy.
I'm not a numbers guy. I'm a logic guy.
Okay, so then logically, use your code to tell me what percentage of the District of Columbia on January 6th was under attack.
I mean, I'm sure you could do the calculation. I can show you how to do that calculation. You would figure out the percentage of acres or whatever. I'm sorry, you would figure out the square footage of. Hang on, I'll walk you. Like I said, I'll walk you through it. So you can figure out the square footage of the Capitol building and figure out where it was being attacked, and then you would divide that by the square footage of DC, and then you could figure out the percentage. That's how you would accomplish
that. Was the percentage under attack on January 6th a majority of the property of the District of Columbia?
Probably not. No, absolutely not. No.
Okay. So it was just a small isolated event.
Yeah, they were specifically going to the building where the certification of the election was being held, which is interesting because Steve keeps trying to allude to, all the people weren't there. Yes, you're right. They weren't there because they evacuated the building because people were storming it who wanted to stop them from certifying the election, which they succeeded in delaying, right? So they did stop them, at least temporarily, from certifying the election up until Trump tweeted about how special they were and that they should go home.
So I've got,
which is interesting because
one
Trump
second.
tweeted.
I've got 2 articles in back.
Real quick. I want to make this point because it was removed from social media.
Did you guys know he was there, by the way?
Trump did go, hey, fucking calm down very, very early into it. But we're not. I think we're not talking about Trump. We're talking about the actual event. Ryan, I don't know where you really sit politically, but okay, that's unfortunate, but it would be unfortunate if you were on the right too. To me, demonstrably, we have several hundred years of evidence that left and right are propaganda measures in order to get people riled up about shit that doesn't matter, in order to make them give their consent to people that don't represent them, won't represent them, and can't represent them. I think the left-right paradigm is complete garbage.
Okay, relevance to the topic at hand.
Well, it does fit in because we're going to eventually talk about the FBI, and we're going to talk about what the FBI is as an entity and what it's done throughout its history. And we're going
to do a history lesson on the FBI instead of talking about the alleged insurrection on January 6th.
We're talk about continuity of government. We're also going to talk about how government works in total, as opposed
if you don't mind, maybe we can schedule a future debate where we can talk about all those things. That might be interesting, but I feel like tonight we're specifically talking about the events of January 6th, the events leading up to it. There was, again, people who were charged and convicted for seditious conspiracy, people from the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers had a stockpile of weapons right across the river. There's all sorts of things.
Let's bring up some of Ryan's evidence. He's got 2 links in the studio chat.
That's what I was trying to say, that Ryan's got 2 articles in back. One is from the oig.justice.gov. And in that one, it states, and now this is from December 12th, 2024. Steve did say that it's recently that these other things have come out. But this does say that 26 FBI agents were there on January 6th.
Wait, can you pull it up and show me exactly where it says FBI agents?
3 of those agents were tasked by FBI field office to report on a specific domestic terrorism cases. And one of those 3 was entered the Capitol during the riot. That 23 additional FBI CHSs were in Washington, D.C. to attend the January 6th events, but were determined that CHS did so on their own initiative and were not tasked by FBI field offices to attend the events. 23 CHSs, 3 CHSs entered the Capitol during the riot, and an additional 11 entered the restricted area around the Capitol. The remaining 9 who attended the events did not enter the Capitol or the restricted area or otherwise engage in illegal activity.
So just one point of clarification. Initially, when you were reading that or when you were describing it, you said agents. CHS doesn't mean agents. It's confidential. What is it exactly? It's where's the term? CHS, confidential human sources. So that means people who are basically informants, right? At some point.
Which means you're an asset, not necessarily.
It's that I was just reading.
Important clarification.
Ryan, the specific verbiage is the OIG determined that 3 of those CHSs had been tasked by FBI field offices to report on specific domestic terrorism cases. Subjects who were possibly attending the events of January 6th. One of these 3 CHSs entered the Capitol during the riot. The other 2 entered the restricted area around the Capitol.
So, okay. Let me at least set the scene. Because again, Ryan, you weren't there. You don't know. You only know
a lot of people who were there disagree with your analysis. So
you only know what media told you, and you only know what mainstream media or mainstream alternative media told you, and you only know what you individually that narrative because it's the most convenient narrative for you to believe that matches with your ideology. but standing on the ground. And again, I'm coming from the perspective where I don't like Donald Trump. I don't like
either
the Republican Party. I don't like the Democrats. I don't like the Democrat Party. I think that they have proven themselves over and over and over to be the servants of oligarchy, and that everybody who claims the label politician is at the most a public relations liaison for legitimate power.
I'm curious. Can I ask one question about you being? How close did you go to the Capitol building during the?
I was on the steps of the Capitol building, but I did not go inside. That's what I was trying to say. There's a view where you look at the Supreme Court on the one side. That's where the scaffolding was. There's a view where you look at the Washington Monument from the Capitol. I was on the side where you looked at the Washington Monument. I was on the steps. I did not go in.
Okay. So you wouldn't have knowledge of what happened inside the Capitol then either, but you would have seen. Did you see people beating up police officers?
What I have is all of the footage that has come out hence.
Yes. And including the footage of people beating police officers. I'm just asking if you saw that in person.
No, I didn't see a single individual strike an officer. I didn't see a single.
But you've seen that in the footage then, right?
I didn't see a single officer strike a civilian.
Okay, but you've seen the footage of people of both of those things happening.
Sure, right? Of course, we all have. We also all saw the police officers dap each other up while one was wearing quote unquote Antifa gear and fucking walk away. I had the fucking crazy ass, dumb as shit. I don't know. How would you describe Jake Angeli? A freaking wingnut. I had the Q Shaman on my show.
Okay.
He was on for 3+ hours. He told his entire story, start to finish, regardless of whether or not we wanted to hear it. And he told it.
You know that feeling?
Bro, it was an intense conversation. But what he ultimately said was, well, yeah, I played a part in a role, and we're all kind of playing a part in a role. Okay. This is something that you can look up, listen to, and verify. I'd be happy to supply the link for that. I can't find the timestamp for it off the top of my head. It's gonna be later.
Yeah, I'll watch your podcast later. But we're talking about the specifics of the event, right?
When we're talking about the specifics of the event, we can't overlook state involvement in the event, and that seems to be what you're trying to do.
Well, I'm sorry. I was reading something. Can you repeat what I'm trying to do?
You seem to be delineating or trying to remove state involvement of January 6th from the overall event. And yes, of course, windows got broken. People climbed into shit. There was a couple of absolute
police officers broke down Nancy Pelosi's door.
Stuff, but were they encouraged by? Hang on, were they encouraged by state agents? Were they state agents? These are things that you're unwilling to ask, even though on the
I'm open to if you have evidence of them being agents specifically. The people
we have evidence of it. They said there were 275 fucking undercover officers.
You haven't shared specifics of people who were breaking in, people who were doing violence. You haven't shared evidence of those.
Are you completely retarded?
I might be, but maybe it's because I just haven't seen the evidence, or maybe it's because I'm retarded. Like I don't know which one it is.
Feds on the ground doing this, acting as agent provocateurs, acting as agents of fucking complete dissemination. How do you not look at that and go, maybe the government had something to do with this? Like, what is
maybe they did? I mean, Trump was the president, and he did have something to do with it. So yeah, there is something to that.
Joe Biden was the incoming president.
Steve, let me ask Ryan
administration.
Yeah, so he didn't have the authority yet, right?
Security detail.
Ryan, do you hear me right now? Are you listening?
Yes,
You're
I do.
paying attention.
Yes.
So you hear what I'm
Yes,
saying?
Alan.
I'm asking you a direct question. What
Okay.
was the involvement of the state, the federal government, FBI, the CHS, whatever, the confidential human sources? What was the role of the state in the involvement on the ground on January 6th? What was their involvement?
I'm not sure.
Full answer?
I mean, do you have any evidence to present to me that
Well, we're
shows that they
talking
were
about the
devious or
confidential
something?
human sources, the CHS. I'm asking you directly
Mhm.
what you believe to be the involvement of the state, the feds.
Yeah, I'm saying
Well,
I
January
if it
6th.
helps quick,
Yeah.
Steve's
I
article
might
that
be
he
swayed.
posted
For
is,
example, you could real quick, you to answer the question, you could pull up something right now that would prove to me, presumably, if this evidence exists, that these people were the core individuals who were steering the crowd, who were trying
Before
to,
the
who
started
were the
the
ones engaging in
stream,
violence.
what do you answer
could
the
present this
question?
information if it existed. I don't think that information exists, but you could present that in theory. It's
What
logically
do
possible.
you believe was the involvement of the state on that day?
I think the state forces wanted the certification of the election to happen primarily. That was probably the main goal.
So the continuity of government, the government that's in control, wanted
Yes.
the events to turn into an insurrection?
Wait. Well, Trump did. A lot of people around Trump didn't, but some people around him did. There's kind of a mixed bag there. Obviously,
So
Mike
the
Pence
Trump-
was his vice president, and he didn't agree with the plan, right? Obviously, because that's why they wanted to hang him.
And at what point
That's a very weird
did it become an
point.
insurrection?
Because hang on, let's go ahead and take this to its logical conclusion, right?
Okay, let's do that.
in between, though, quickly, can I state that Steve's posted article states that 0 FBI agents had authorization to be involved in this incident, and up to 275 agents were there. This is from the Blaze. It says FBI told Congress that it had 275 plainclothes agents in the January 6th crowd. And so that was Steve's.
But okay, let's take this to its logical conclusion. And look, man, Ryan, I want to tell you, my hometown, I grew up in Anderson, Indiana. Okay.
That's awesome.
Anderson, Indiana, after I left, elected Mike Pence, who carpetbagged his way into the area, after David McIntosh carpetbagged his way into the area. This is a region of Indiana that has been fundamentally unrepresented by the representatives that served it. Mike Pence was the district state senator or state representative from Indiana. He got that job by being, according to him, Rush Limbaugh on decaf. He was an AM radio host. Mike Pence was an absolute fucking milquetoast nothing. And he negotiated being a milquetoast nothing into the vice presidency. Mike Pence represents a danger, maybe, to a gopher on his property if he hired a kid to shoot it. Mike Pence is the most agreeable, spineless weasel on the freaking planet.
And yet he wasn't able to be persuaded by Trump's pressure on January 6th. Very curious.
So you're looking at power in terms of a red team, blue team thing. That doesn't exist.
No, I'm saying Trump versus the people who cared about the Constitution. It's not red team, blue team, because Mike Pence was not blue team. Mike Pence was a Republican.
You're looking at power as it's a Republican or Democrat thing. That is a fundamentally erroneous approach to viewing power. Power doesn't have a duopoly. Power owns the duopoly. Power makes you think that there are people within elements of government that don't like each other, when all of those elements of government support the exact same things. I'll give you an example right now. Digital ID. This is something that the Biden administration pushed. It's something that the Trump administration is making a reality. Let's look at NAFTA. NAFTA was a George H.W. Bush program that didn't get put into play until Bill Clinton allowed for it. The Crime Act is something that George H.W. Bush and Ronald Reagan wanted, but the Democrats hated it because they thought that it unjustly targeted minorities. But as soon as Bill Clinton got into office, they were all for that. This is continuity of government. It's not red team, blue team, my friend. It's the state versus you, and you are getting fucked by the state every time they make a decision.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything we just talked about?
I'm trying to set the table. I know this is difficult.
Now the table's set.
I know this is difficult.
Yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready for my revelation. Okay, I'm ready. All right. I didn't get raptured the other day.
This is difficult for partisans to comprehend.
You missed the rapture too?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
But
we lost a lot of good people, though, for sure.
Where January 6th is concerned, you have somebody who is a fall guy who will never see any accountability in Mike Pence. We could blame Mike Pence, really, like, I'm not going to certify or research. I'm going to do what, the marketing says. Mike Pence is, to the left, a good guy in this situation. All Mike Pence did was tee up the eventuality of Donald Trump 2.0. Who's the president right now?
Israel.
Donald Trump is the president right now.
Okay. So we're clear that Donald Trump is currently occupying.
I'm glad we got that sanity check after all this.
White House and the Oval Office. Yes.
Last time I checked, yeah, unfortunately.
Okay, no, I agree with you. I do 100%. I do not want Donald Trump there. I also didn't want day drunk whore Kamala Harris in there too. I think that she is
she was
worst representation of liberalism on the face of the earth. I don't hate the liberals. I don't understand a lot of what they do. I don't hate the Republicans. I just don't understand a lot of what they do. That's not my argument. I don't have a partisan argument with you. I have a holy fuck, take a big step back and look at this as an operation that moves society from one place to another place position.
So can I ask,
okay,
the part of the event that hasn't been discussed at all was the trigger point. How do each of you feel about and obviously we have the advantage of hindsight, the 20 million odd votes that are above and beyond any other election cycle, and what are your views on that?
Sure. I mean, Trump was a remarkably unpopular president. He still is, so it's not surprising that Joe Biden got a massive turnout.
How then did Trump receive a massive amount of votes prior to and ensuing from that particular election?
I mean, he was also massively popular among his base.
Was the Democrat candidate just so horrible in 2016?
Well, I mean, Hillary won the popular vote in 2016. Isn't that kind of sad? Like literally, like one of the most unpopular politicians in U.S. history, like got more votes than Donald Trump did. Isn't that kind of funny? Just aside, I guess.
Okay. Have you ever taken a look back through I don't know, I guess the internet, or maybe even if you went to a library, microfilm or microfiche, have you ever looked up who is contesting an election?
Can you elaborate?
I'm just asking.
I feel
Have
like
you
a very
ever
broad. A lot of
looked
people have
into-
contested elections, right?
Have you? Why
all
do you
throughout
think
history.
that is?
Because a lot of people don't feel like that. For number one, there's a lot of conspiracy people, and there's a lot of people who are unsure about certain.
Do you think
like
there
certain
were
specific
conspiracy
events?
people in 1824?
I think there's always been people who had conspiracy theories, sure, but there also could have
Okay.
been like shady things going on as well. I'm not saying there wasn't.
Because to the best of my determination, and I've looked.
Do you recognize that we're talking about stuff from 200 years ago when this event,
What
the
I'm
event we
trying
came here to
do is
discuss tonight
build a
is
case.
January
So
6,
shut the
2021?
fuck up and let me talk.
Yes,
What
sir. I
I'm trying to
apologize.
do is build a case. Everywhere throughout history, you find mass amounts of people going, this isn't legitimate. This election is rigged. And every time you have one, there's a mass contingent of people going, no, dude, we got robbed. Well, it's consistent because it's a fraud. Elections are a consent ritual for fucking pedophiles, and anybody who looks at it differently is trying to sell you
TOS words,
something.
Steve. TOS words, please, sir.
PDF files. We're beyond the 15 minutes. I think
My
I can say
preferred
that.
term is Adobe.
But you can cuss now. You still can't use TOS.
We don't say PDF. We say
PDF
Adobe
files. I apologize.
Adobe
Whatever,
Acrobat's my
whatever
preferred
the
term.
deep state wants me to say in order to keep us on the air. I'm sorry, internet overlords. I described what you do.
Oh my
as
God!
an
For
accurate
fuck's sake, can we
thing.
talk about January 6th? Oh my God!
I think
Sure.
we're talking about the continuity of
Let's
government
talk about
and going
January
back to
6th.
from 1824 to what was it?
I just want you to understand that this is all orchestrated theater that you have no consent for, that you would never give consent for, that you don't have any representation for. These are actors doing a job, and their job is to fuck you.
Okay, I'll take that into consideration.
Can I get the other two gentlemen's opinion on the 20 million vote variance?
So Benjamin asked about the insurrection and the trigger point leading up to the event. So clearly there's a lot of anger building up. Was this event a steam release valve? And then once the steam release valve was let off, people are like, okay, I don't care who's president anymore. Just get on with it. And if that means someone had to go and kick down Nancy Pelosi's door in Vilma, and then people are like, okay, you kicked down the door. Okay, whoever's president, whatever, we're going to go back to drinking beer and fishing and shooting animals.
I mean, do you think that if Nancy Pelosi had been in her office, they still would have broken down the door or not?
I'm not talking hypotheticals. I'm asking about the pressure.
Yeah, but I mean, can you engage with a hypothetical?
No.
Do you have like any thoughts? You don't have no feelings about it. You just don't. You have no opinion. That's fair enough. If you don't,
I don't have feelings about hypotheticals.
Okay.
I want
my feeling is that they still would have
happened.
broken down the door if she was in there. In fact, they might have been more likely to do it.
I don't pretend to understand the thoughts of other people. I know there's a lot of people together in a mob. They all got real excited. They got angry. They kicked on some doors. Maybe they do that in parties. Like they trash hotel rooms all the time.
What were they so excited about specifically?
Does the hotel room have feelings? Because they had a kick-ass concert and fans, and they had pussy and groupies, and they just
no. I mean, on January 6th, what were they so excited about on January 6th?
Well,
people showed up. They were already there. Steve,
why did they show up? What were they show up?
I walked a mile and a half with people on the streets of Washington, D.C. And in a journalistic capacity, I asked them why they were there and what they were mad about and what they wanted to address. And to a person, whether they were really, really, really hefty Latinos from California, or whether they were from the Midwest and white, or whether they were from the Deep South and black, every single person that I asked, why are you here? They said, we don't believe that the election process was legitimate. So we're exercising our constitutional right to assemble in protest of what we perceive to be an illegitimate election. So from
why did they
being
perceive it
there-
to be an illegitimate election?
What's that?
Why did they perceive it to be an illegitimate election?
Because we have 30, 60, 80, 120, 150, 200
court
years
cases?
of illegitimate elections. That's why. Because everybody
So how come this doesn't
knows-
happen every election then?
So you think that this
Yes,
is because of a
it
string of
happens every
illegitimate
election.
elections?
Right.
January
hang
6th
on,
is not.
hang
No,
on,
no,
hang
no.
on,
People don't storm the
hang on,
Capitol every
man.
election. No, you're lying. Or
Man.
you're just like very misguided.
Ryan, what
January 6th is a
happened
very
in
unique event in
2016?
American history, dude.
Hang on, dude. Talk to me, Ryan. Talk to me about the 2016
I will.
Democratic Party election. Talk to me about Bernie Sanders.
Yes. When did
and
Democrats storm the Capitol on January 6th,
Was it?
2017?
No,
When did they
that's
do
not
that?
what we're talking about. We're talking about legitimate.
Okay, because they didn't do that, right? That's what I was talking about. Maybe you're talking about something different. I came here to talk about January 6th, the insurrection on January 20, and January 6th, 2021. But
so tell me if you think the Democratic primary election in 2016 was free, fair, and legitimate.
Yeah, I'd say so. Ultimately, yeah. I mean, I
How?
like Bernie.
When
I like
even
Bernie as
the
well.
people
I like Bernie as well,
involved
but he
in
didn't
it
have the
said
support
he
that
rigged
people pretend he
when
did.
even Elizabeth Warren and a number of high-profile Democrats said we rigged it. How could you possibly say that 2016 primary was legitimate? This is what pushed a lot of people from the Bernie left into MAGA. I don't agree with it, but it happened. It's a real thing. You can't deny it. So tell me why it happened, and tell me what
He
your
might not be
grievance
aware
was.
of the. He might not be aware of the court case where some Bernie supporters, that a lot of his bigger donors, put together a court case, and in that court case, it was found that the Democratic Party absolutely cheated in their primary.
Well,
but it
what
also
Bruce
stated-
Spiva,
What court
the
case is
attorney
that?
for the-
stated that
hang on,
they're
real
allowed
quick.
to do that. That
What
they're
court
a
case is
private
that?
corporation, that they can do what they want.
So
What
it's not
Bruce
cheating then.
Spiva,
Right.
the attorney for the Democrats, said is there's no such thing as a Democrat. He said this in open court. Bruce Spiva, S-P-I-V-A, go look
Okay.
it up, said
So there's
in
no such thing as a
open
Democrat. What
court,
does that even mean? I don't know. Like, what's the implication?
what he said, there's no such thing as a Democrat. We don't have
That's a party.
to have a primary. We can. This is what
They
he
don't. They
said
didn't.
in
Like they
op-
didn't for
This is
Kamala.
an
Yeah, they don't have
exact
to.
quote. Shut the fuck up for a second. He
Yes,
said
sir. I'm sorry.
in court, we can pick our candidates in smoke-filled back rooms if we want to. The Democratic Party is a private corporation that doesn't have to represent the people who give it money. We don't have voters. We have donors, and we have an agenda. That was a court case, a case that almost made it to the Supreme Court. That's what the attorney for the Democrats said. You're not real. We don't have to do what you want. We can take your money. It's a laundering operation. We pick who we want. There's no such thing as a democratic process. That's what the Democrats argued in court, and the court ultimately agreed.
Wait, you
And
just
said, yeah,
wait. I
you're
thought
right.
earlier you said there was no such thing as a Democrat. Now you're saying there's no such thing as a democratic process. That sounds like very different thing.
I'm giving
Or do you
you
speak
the
about us?
arguments that the lawyer for the DNC gave. These aren't my arguments. I'm quoting directly from Bruce Spiva. Bruce, B-R-U-C-E,
Can you post like whatever you're reading from then
Spiva,
in the back, maybe?
S-P-I-V-A. This is what he
post it?
said. I'm repeating it. So take issue with him if you have issue with what's
Can
being
you just
said.
show me the because I don't believe a lot of the quotes
Yes,
you've made tonight. So can you
absolutely.
just
I
like
would
post a
be
link?
happy to do that. More than happy to do that.
And then after you do that, we can go back to talking about January 6th,
shit,
right?
dude. Are you really this dumb?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry for talking over you so much.
No, dude. Are you really this dumb? Like, are you really this fucking
I am
naive?
exactly as
Are
dumb
you
as I
really
appear.
this fucking far in the weeds that you don't know that you're being played by a uniparty? Are you really this fucking hell-bent on supporting
Just
people
start laying down
who
some
want
of
to
the
fucking
evidence
bomb
for us,
kids
dude.
and fuck kids and you don't care because you're gonna get a fucking, oh, maybe I'll make the MAGA crowd cry? Dude, who gives a fuck, dude?
I don't want
you're
to. I don't want to
doing
make
is
the MAGA
triggering
crowd
your
cry.
neighbors.
You don't know.
You
You don't know who you're
don't
talking to. Like I literally I talk to MAGA people like almost 24/7 at this point. Like my whole online career as a creator has been talking to right wingers for the past 5 fucking years.
Then you're talking to fucking idiots. I'm sorry, you're talking to idiots. Right wingers are.
I agree with that sometimes,
Left
but
wingers.
I think
are
the average person believes a lot of those things. That's why
chosen
Trump
a
got elected
team-
twice.
If you've chosen a team in team sport politics, you're a fucking loser. They
Okay,
don't.
well, I
like
chose
you.
Democrats
They
instead of the
don't
Republicans. Sorry.
represent you. Show me how the Democrats have represented you.
I think the Democrats are better at following the laws and the Constitution and passing bipartisan legislation like Joe Biden did, including the infrastructure bill that he passed, the Inflation Reduction Act, the child tax credit was cool. A lot of good stuff, a lot of bipartisan stuff. Trump would never, because he instead he orders things through executive order instead of like going through the legislative process, which is a fundamentally different thing. And one of the reasons I like, please let me, I always let you finish, right?
Let him finish the sentence.
Yeah. So like, so Donald Trump does not do this. Republicans are supporting him not doing this. So there is a fundamental difference right now in the party's willingness to engage with the laws of the land. And I am concerned about that. So, and as far as that goes, I am partisan towards the Democrats who will follow those processes, which I believe are what makes our country a country.
You simple fuck. All right. Okay. Sure.
Good point.
No, I mean that's fine, but you can't actually demonstrate that. What did Joe Biden do? He took the reins from Donald Trump and he put the entire country on lockdown. Joe Biden took the continuity of government and said, if you don't take an experimental drug and shoot it into your veins, you are ineligible for employment. Joe Biden said, look, if you're on a particular side of a political conversation, you are now a domestic violent extremist. Donald Trump has taken what Joe Biden did and then amplified it, which is Joe Biden just took what Donald Trump did 4 years previously and amplified it. And Donald Trump took what Barack Obama did 8 years previously and amplified it. And Barack Obama took what George W. Bush did previously and amplified it. It's continuity of government from a position where left or right only matters to the complete fucking suckers who want to buy into that particular bullshit. But in the 21st century, Ryan, we have lost rights. We have lost all of our constitutional privileges. We have lost all of our abilities, or most of them, to freely assemble and talk against what we're doing right now, today, this morning, or I guess yesterday. Donald Trump is talking about a national digital ID, which is one of the most anti-American things you could possibly put forward. Joe Biden talked about the exact same thing. These are people that are executing an agenda that has nothing to do with us and that we would never ask for.
So how does January 6th tie into the agenda?
Before we answers that, can I address a couple of things he said? Like the lockdowns, for example, started under Trump, ended under Biden.
Correct.
Yeah. So
no,
you listed them as you said. Joe Biden shut down the country. That's not true.
I hated it when it was Biden.
Sure.
You're
And
right.
as far
I
as
agree with
the jabs or whatever, as we pretend to be all sensitive about that stuff. I believe that almost every federal position that was mandated to take that also had the opportunity to instead do regular testing. So they actually still had the authority to keep their job as long as they did regular testing, but there was still this outcry because
In
people
practice,
people, especially
happen.
on the right, like now really want to be victims. And I mean, as you mentioned, like domestic violent extremists, like Biden said once in a speech that MAGA was very radical, and then he clarified they're not even most of the Republican Party, and the Republicans have never let him live this down. But Trump literally just the other day declared Antifa, who I don't even know who is alleged to be Antifa. I know I myself identify as an anti-fascist personally. I don't like fascism. I strongly identify as an anti-fascist, and I am very concerned that I might qualify for this domestic terrorist organization just because I ideologically align with anti-fascism.
Was
Well,
January 6th.
first time being on the red flag list. First
What?
time,
Right?
first time being on the red flag list.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Was January 6th in a fascist event?
Was it a fascist event? I mean, Donald Trump, I do think is a fascist, but that's
Okay, I would agree with you, but why do you think he's a fascist? Because
because he's an authoritarian ultranationalist who rules through executive order instead of the legislative bodies.
Those are
Joe
unique
Biden
qualities
did
to Donald Trump.
Joe Biden
Not
did
unique to Donald Trump, unique to fascism, authoritarian
Joe Biden
ultranationalism.
did that. Barack Obama
specifically.
did that. Jimmy
I don't
Carter
think
did
Obama or Biden
Fucking
were
Bill
authoritarian
Clinton did
ultranationalists. No, I don't think so.
No,
All
he's
of those
saying that
people
they did rule through executive orders, and actually
not
to
true.
this
Yes,
day,
it is
the
true.
most
Joe Biden signed
executive order president is
hundreds of
Roosevelt,
executive
who
orders.
everybody loves. That guy wrote.
I don't think that's true. I think Trump has far exceeded him.
You
No,
are
no,
completely
not even
wrong.
close. Not even
And
close.
How
Look it
so
up.
many
far, Joe
executive
Biden
orders
deported more
did
people.
Roosevelt?
Joe Biden and Barack Obama deported more people than Donald Trump.
That has nothing to do with anything we just talked about.
And I'm just saying, in terms of fascism is nationalism, as you just said. So if fascism,
No, I didn't say. I said ultra. I actually said authoritarian ultranationalism. It's not. I didn't just say nationalism. So don't straw.
Okay, so
hey, you're right about Franklin Roosevelt issuing
wouldn't you assume
3,721. I didn't know that. Yeah.
deportation would be a part of that? Wouldn't you
Insane
assume that
number,
getting
right?
out the illegals would
What?
be a part
It
of
is an
that?
insane number. Yeah.
What is ultranationalism to you, if not making it a place where the nationals can prosper? Wouldn't deportation by default be a construct of that nationalism?
Number one, I don't think that the deportations actually help us. I don't think they make anything better
That's
for the
not
American
what I
citizens.
asked, dog. Dude, it's
Isn't
not.
it explicitly what you said that wouldn't that help the Americans,
What I said
the
was,
national stock or whatever?
Deportation by default be a component of nationalism.
It could be. It would be a nationalistic inspired
What is more national
thing.
than getting rid of illegals?
Getting rid of birthright citizenship, which Trump also tried to do through executive order, which would have was a constitutional amendment that he instead of having a constitutional convention,
which again,
he signed an
goes
executive order to
back
change.
Illegals, right?
What?
Isn't that you don't get
He would be changing the status of people who otherwise
somebody
would have been legal to be
coming
illegal
here
through that,
and
right?
having a baby. So isn't getting rid of illegals part of nationalism? Because Joe Biden and Barack Obama on a scale deported way more people than Donald Trump has over his current 5 years. And again, I don't like
and to be fair, I'm critical of Obama for the expedited removals. Like I think that a lot of that there's like human rights abuses that probably happen there as well.
You have to accept it. You can't just give partisan talking points that fucking fail.
I do accept it. I do accept. I'm critical of it. Yes, but I don't think there was an authoritarian ultranationalist action necessarily.
Bro.
I mean, I am. I'm just not doing it by your standards, right?
Just say it. Yes,
Wait, say
Barack
what?
Obama deported more people in
I
his
did.
term
I agreed with you. Yeah, and I just said I'm critical of it. Yes, Obama deported more people, and I'm critical of the way he did it. I don't think it was a good way to deport people
than Donald Trump has in his term. So your problem isn't with the partisan. Your problem is with the action. And I could agree with you on that, but you're coming at it from a partisan lens, which is fake, gay, and stupid.
Okay. Well, number one, I am critical of Obama using the expedited removals, but he did do those expedited removals, which is a legal process, right? So I may not like that legal process, but that's a different thing than Donald Trump, who has done illegal deportations, as even the Supreme Court ruled based on the deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. It was a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling that declared that Donald Trump's administration used a justification to remove him without due process that would have allowed them, if this stuck, to deport any American citizen or resident of the United States with no due process.
You're pulling out one example.
One extreme example that happened a couple months ago. Yes, dude.
Which I agree with.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't grant the state any authority. So anytime you bring up the state did this, I'm going to agree
authority?
with you, brother. I am right there with you 100%. What I'm trying to do is to get you to understand that the state doesn't have a jersey, and you want to put on a fucking jersey, and you want to be like,
I don't care about a jersey.
Blue team, because blue team does this. Blue team is shit. So
I'm a Democrat for pragmatic reasons, not because I like I'm a sports fan and I love them like the Eagles or whatever.
January 6th and what the possible effects of a government that doesn't care about red blue, why they would be enacting the January 6th process.
Who's that question for?
Steve.
One more time, then.
I said you tie that back to January 6th and why an overseeing government would push the activities that happened on January 6th without wanting to pick a side.
Well,
what
because
for this uniparty be?
Yeah,
that's a great point, because the people there were clearly partisan, right?
70 years, there's been an extra governmental body called the United Nations that manifests itself in a number of different organizations, whether it's the World Economic Forum or the Bilderberg Group or Chatham House or anything like that, that actually dictates policy. We have, let's go ahead and pick on the Republicans, and we'll make Ryan happy. Let's pick on the Republicans for a minute.
Can we do it in terms of January 6th, please?
Sure, and I'm gonna get there, but I have to lay the groundwork.
I don't fucking believe you.
I have to lay the groundwork to do it. In the late 90s, there was largely a Republican think tank called Project for a New American Century. Are we all familiar with this? Ryan, are you familiar with Project for
Please educate me, and then tell me how we fast forwards 30 years to now.
So Project for a New American Century put out a document in the late 90s that said we need to shift the West, not just America, but the West, into a heavily surveilled, heavily monitored society, because there aren't enough people in government to control the population. So in order to get there, we would have to have, this is their words in the PNAC document, we would have to have a new Pearl Harbor, an event that would so systematically galvanize the population into towing the line for government. This came out in 1999. In 2001, we had an event where allegedly a handful of Saudi Arabians.
Or how the fuck is this turning into a 9/11 truther debate? I just want to talk about January 6th. What?
Dude, you can look all of this up, you goddamn retard. Look up.
Okay, I'll look up 9/11 truther videos later. I came here to talk about January 6th, dude.
You're just being dumb and you're just bloviating.
Ryan, you just had a birthday.
Project for a New American Century.
Before your birth matter to you, or you only?
Yes, of course. I'm not saying.
Ryan,
I'm not saying that things outside the scope of this debate don't matter. I'm saying that I don't understand why everything that you guys are bringing up is not like you guys don't want to talk about the facts of the day. That's what it seems like. To be clear, it seems like you guys don't want to talk about the events of January 6th, and you are absolutely obfuscating in every way, shape, or form, including talking about things 200 years ago, 30 years ago, 9/11 truthism now, instead of just talking about the things that actually happened on January 6th, where Donald Trump sent a fucking mob to attack the Capitol to delay the election, which he successfully did, or delay the certification, which he successfully did.
Totally didn't fucking happen, and you're high as a fucking kite.
Okay, let's talk about that. If that didn't happen, let's talk about why you think that didn't happen.
Okay, so number one, what happened was
back in 1970
on January 6th. No, I'm talking about 2000, 2001. You fucking midwit. Jesus Christ, dude, pay attention. I don't fucking. If you don't understand what happened before, you can't understand things that are happening now. This is how the world works. I'm sorry that you can't just go lift weights in the background like you do when you're getting spanked on every other fucking debate show. I'm sorry, dude. You're present and in the moment. So understand what happened before affects what happens now. This is how everybody's experience works on an individual level, and it's how the world works on a global scale. If you don't have Project for a New American Century, and you don't have the Patriot Act, and you don't have the National Defense Authorization Act signed by Barack Obama in 2012, which allowed for mass propaganda on the airwaves with the amendment to or addendum to the Smith Modernization Act.
Bro, why don't you just make a video essay about all this? Why are you doing it again? You're not talking about January 6th again. You keep moving away from the topic.
Why all of that shit matters, you simple fuck. If you don't have that, then January 6th looks to everybody like the complete and total fucking psyop that it was. I was on the ground for that.
I've heard, yeah.
I was standing there for that. You weren't. You're giving a fucking Douglas Murray, have you been argument for it. Motherfucker, I was there. So your whole argument is disingenuous because I witnessed it with my own eyes from a nonpartisan perspective. Yes, of
someone
course,
with a short
we
attention
have
span,
determined through litigation, through video footage, through thousands of hours of video footage that there were bad actors on the ground during January 6th. Were the majority of the people, because there were, tens of thousands of them in DC. Did they storm the Capitol? Fuck no. Was there a single weapon brandished inside the Capitol? Fuck no. Was there a single politician taken hostage? Fuck no. Was there a single official?
There were like bats and stuff. You mean there weren't guns? Okay,
was there a single government official executed in the name of liberation? Fuck no.
Thankfully, no.
Who died on January 6th?
Ashley Babbitt and a couple cops died after.
Her name was, and another bitch under a tunnel. 2 fucking women died. They were shot by the state.
Only one.
Nobody
more or less violence that
suffered
happens on
a
other days
goddamn
in
bullet wound other than the 2 people the state shot. How the fuck is that an insurrection?
So it was an insurrection because it was an assemblage of people who went to intimidate through violence or threat of violence to stop
violence. The only violence was done by the state, according to Reuters.
So the people beating cops were state operatives, according to you?
What done by the FBI. What is the differentiation then, Ryan, given your definition between your any day given riot and this insurrection?
I mean, there might be some riots that I would qualify as insurrections. If you gave me a specific one, I would kind of break it down and see like what their goals are, what they're trying to do, like what specific laws they're trying to impede. Like it might even technically yield real quick, man. Come on, you've talked so much. I might even technically yield that like some of the I might yield that like some of the impediments of ICE officials could technically qualify as insurrections, which is why I think it's also important to talk about whether or not things are a justified insurrection, right? Because if you believe that the election was stolen, right? If you believed that January 6th they were about to certify someone who stole the election, that Joe Biden had rigged this election against Donald Trump, then it might have been the right thing to do, like morally right thing to do. So these people, I believe, a lot of them actually thought they were morally in the right when they stormed the Capitol.
Do you
that day.
believe
And that's
this
because of the
event
things
was
Donald Trump
justified?
said. What?
Do you believe all the events that happened were justified on January 6th?
No, I don't. Because I think Donald Trump lied to them.
What was justified and what was unjustified in your point of view on January 6th?
I believe it was unjustified for people to. Well, I believe. Okay, hang on. When we say justified, like what I'm saying is that in their minds they believed that the election was stolen. So they believe they were like many of them believe they were doing something morally correct because they thought that their country was being stolen from them. They really thought the democratic process had failed them in such a drastic way that somebody who had not won the election was being put into power. They genuinely believe that. The reason they believe that is because Donald J. Trump had told them that. Over and over and over, despite everybody around him telling him otherwise, he lied to them. They are victims of Donald Trump, and that's why they ended up being charged with these. Some of them probably knew, right? Some of them who organized this thing probably knew that Donald Trump was lying, and they wanted to support him.
But you don't actually know that, dude. I'm sitting there walking with these guys, and again, I don't believe that the red team is going to save us. I don't believe that the blue team is going to save us. But I was walking for 3/4 of a mile, maybe a mile, all the way to the ellipse at 10 o'clock in the morning with all of these people who were gathering. And in a journalistic capacity, I asked them, why are you here? What are you protesting? What do you think you're going to achieve by being here? Because I thought that they were relevant and pertinent questions. And I think that anybody would ask these people those questions. And what I heard to a person was, we're gathering to express our dissent, and we're constitutionally protected to say we have a grievance against our government. And that's across the board what they did. And I will tell you, I'll tell you, dude, I'm right? Pardon?
They didn't just say that they were upset or whatever. They weren't just expressing their grievances. They were violently breaking into the Capitol.
We'll get there. We will.
I believe. I'm holding my breath.
But again, we're at 10 o'clock in the morning. We're just walking up to the ellipse. We haven't even gotten to all of the federal agents and DC police that were around the Capitol that allowed for most of this shit to happen. In the morning, when it was like lame ass day drunk Woodstock, it was a very different vibe. And my brother, when I tell you that it really was lame as fuck and totally boring, it was. There was not even a whisper of an air of violence 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Even when Trump was like
a power brawl that night, a couple people got angry, kicked a door down.
I was at the JW Marriott the night before that, dude. Everybody was chill as shit. The only people that were out of line were a couple of like local protesters that thought they were Black Bloc or something like that.
So while we have Ryan, let me ask a few more
people
questions.
were like, no, dude, we don't want to fight. We really don't.
I'm trying to understand at this point the significance of the terminology, needing to call it, according to dictionary definition and legal definitions, insurrection. What is the importance of calling the events? I'm asking Ryan directly right now. Sure. What is the significance of that word through legal definition of the word and applying it historically to this event? What is the reason that needs to be applied in your mind?
I think people have a lot of different reasons. There are things regarding like the Insurrection Act, I believe, that would have potentially prevented Trump from getting on the ballot, which is, I believe, what the Colorado Supreme Court ruled in support of. But I personally, I don't care about that.
The Colorado court overturned that, by the way.
Okay, that's fine. So the debate topic was whether or not it was an insurrection. I believe it was, so that's what I engaged with. That's the relevance for me here tonight. I think it was a bad thing, regardless of whether or not we call it an insurrection. We can call it whatever we want. There are people who like the infamous lady who was getting maced, or who got maced, and then she's like on camera saying, "We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution." Like, I mean, if she thought it was a revolution, I don't know if it qualifies as a revolution either. But I mean, again, it was an event where a bunch of people tried to delay the peaceful transfer of power. Tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power. They succeeded in delaying the peaceful transfer of power, and they also did a lot of damage on the way.
So you think that the totality of that was due to Donald Trump's words and not a statistical anomaly in the number of people that had voted?
Yeah, primarily.
You give no credence to that. That is because that would be really what Steve's saying without saying it. That what he's stating is that most of the people that were there because they believe that there was fraud and 20 million extra votes above and beyond what normally. Because if you look at a graph, sure, it's raised slightly every election cycle because we have a larger population, but never has there been a 20 million person jump. And so Steve is basically stating that that most of the people he has interacted with in that were there because they believe fraud had been committed. And you're stating you think that the Trump's words were the thing that was the driving factor.
Yeah, so just to be clear, I believe that the fact that there was an influx in votes, which I think can be attributed to the 4 years we had of Donald Trump were some of the most politically activating that we've had in my lifetime, at least, especially in the era of social media. Like, Trump is an extremely provocative person. Everything he says is intentional.
In your lifetime, you're talking about your perspective on the events. The isolated violence that happened on January 6th, did it continue into the 7th, into the 8th, to the 9th?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Not directly.
So the violence was squashed. It was ended. There's no more violence.
Did it continue into the evening?
Well, those people have been arrested. I don't know when they got arrested exactly, but
because they say January 6th, so it's not January 6th, 7th, and 8th. It's January 6th, one day. That's
okay, I feel like we're changing the topic to what I was just answering a different question.
This is all relevant to the topic
staying on topic.
You have to take it into consideration.
Okay, yes, it's still. I agree. It's closer to relevance to January 6th than the things earlier about like the 1800s and shit. But
I believe if you don't look at history on a timeline and you look at it as all pockets of isolated incidents, then you're going to get dragged by the nose through whatever narrative whoever you align with tells you to. But you have to take a big picture view of this. Was there violence on January 5th?
Not that I know of.
Was there violence on January 4th?
Maybe on Twitter, maybe online.
Maybe.
Well, the reason there was violence on January 6th in particular is because Donald Trump wanted people to protest, quote unquote, the peaceful transfer of power because he wanted Mike Pence to overturn the election because he sent 7 fake electors. Please let me talk. People who lied and said that the states had certified them. They were lying. The states did not certify them to be the electors, but Trump had them do that. And they went to the Capitol and they said that they were the electors. And the whole goal was to get Mike Pence to say, well, we just can't know. Maybe we need to delay. We need to figure things out. And Mike Pence refused to do that because he knew that it was illegal. He knew it was unconstitutional. He knew it was wrong. And so he decided not to do that. And then Trump said, Mike Pence failed us. And so that's why they went to the Capitol specifically, was to quote unquote protest Mike Pence doing that. But instead of just standing there and peacefully protest, they attacked cops, broke into the Capitol, and in fact, we now have evidence because of Ontario and all these other people. Hang on, I'm almost done. All these other people, the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, who have all these texts that came out, and you can read these in all the DOJ reports regarding where they explicitly planned out like their plan to go through the Capitol, right? To go to the chambers. Like they actually planned all this shit out. The Oath Keepers put a massive stockpile of weapons in a hotel room just across the river, about 15 minutes away or something.
Oath Keepers and militia.
So maybe to bridge where some of the missing pieces of this conversation are happening, Steve, why don't you bring in some of like the evidences that you have more surrounding January 6th, such as the legislation that got passed to remodel that specific area of the building that got destroyed and things like that.
This is
What
really,
about- what
really
about that?
weird. By the way,
Or was
this
that- or was
is
that not me?
an anomaly that we reported on back in 2020 because we were looking at just the egregious abuse of taxpayer dollars that the Trump administration was engaged in. And I think that theft is theft, no matter who's doing the stealing. And so Donald
So
Trump,
true, King.
as president in 2019 or 2020, heading into the inauguration, signed off on. Do you remember, Ryan? There were multiple different like COVID era packages, like little stimulus stuff like that packages.
Oh yeah, that money was really helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, I never got any, but I assume it was
sorry.
to the people that got some.
Yeah, I needed
And I
it at the
hope
time. It was
you know,
awesome. Thank you,
whether
Trump.
it's Fish,
Trump
the
bucks were
band
awesome.
who got like $2 million from PPP loans and shit. I don't know, whatever. If you got your grift, dude, go with God. I appreciate.
No, I mean, I got
you.
like the checks, like the $6,000 or whatever, like or
Oh,
whatever
cool,
it was,
man.
the stimulus
Yeah,
money.
great.
I
I
don't
did not
accept
PPP loan.
bribes. I don't accept.
I didn't
Okay,
get any.
I
of
don't
that.
know. It just kind of showed up. It was like a check I got. I was like,
Yeah,
thank you, Trump.
Hey, man.
I don't accept free money. I don't
Great.
know where it comes
Okay,
from.
that's
Bribes.
fine. That's very
Do you
noble of you.
remember-
I don't care.
Do you
I'm
remember,
glad
Ryan?
thinks I'm
Do
noble.
you remember it was maybe from October to December, there was a stimulus bill in Congress right before the insurrection that was being debated, and Trump initially said, no, we're not going to do it. Fuck you guys. I'm not giving you a dime. Do you remember that?
Vaguely, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking
Okay,
about.
well, all of a sudden he crawfished and was like, "Oh, hey, I guess you're gonna get your $600 or
That's
whatever."
crazy because he's always usually so principled.
Well, he's a carnival barker, a reality TV star, a WWE Hall of Famer, and a complete pedophile rapist piece of shit. So we're not here to debate the
Hey!
merits of Donald Trump.
Steve,
Adobe
holy
Acrobat
shit,
and
Steve.
McDonald's aficionado. Are referred to.
Sorry.
TOS, man. TOS.
I'm not used to being on YouTube. I'm not. Donald Trump is a terrible person, and he's always going to do terrible things. Nobody's debating that. What I'm talking about specifically is a stimulus act that was initially negated by Trump in October, maybe November. And it would have been his lame duck era. And then right before January 6th, I think it was somewhere between December 26th and December 30th. I don't have the exact date off the top of my head, but he reversed position and said, "Oh yeah, we'll sign off on that. Never mind, America. You got your $600. It's a beautiful stimulus. It's the most special stimulus you're ever gonna get." He did all that bullshit. What was buried in that was a significant amount of money for repair to damages incurred to the Capitol building and its property. 2 weeks before, or a week before January 6th happened, they wrote into the stimulus bill a significant amount of money to take care of rebuilding or replacing damages that had been done specifically, Ryan, to the Capitol and its property. Now, in and of itself, hey, man, buildings get old. You need to repair them. You need to do upkeep. You need to do maintenance. I would grant that immediately. I did remodel and new construction for 25 years. That's my background, is carpentry and shit like that. I understand why you would want to allocate funds towards repair, rebuild, replace. I get that. I do. it is very interesting to me that the amount of millions of dollars, because it was approaching $200 million, that was given to specifically repairing and rebuilding the Capitol, got allocated days before a supposed insurrection. And I just like, if I do anything, because I know I've been yelling and shit like that, I'm a passionate individual.
It's okay.
If I do anything, I want to impart that this isn't a red team, blue team thing. This is what government does regardless of who's in power thing. And I would like to encourage you to look at government as a uniparty as opposed to a false duopoly.
Yeah, and I'm not going to downplay the corrupt actions of Donald Trump just because other people have done bad things in different ways. Right now, I came here to talk about January 6th, which was an event specifically inspired by Trump's rhetoric and Trump's actions. I believe he incited it. I believe that he wanted people to storm the Capitol. I believe that he supported their actions that day, and I believe that's supported by his
own
unwillingness.
actions belie that, though. So why would you say that?
His actions support what I just said.
No, they don't. Particularly his actions.
When they were storming the Capitol, Donald Trump, the one time he tweeted, in fact, it was right around the time that Nancy Pelosi's door was broken down. He tweeted, "Stay peaceful," but he knew they weren't being peaceful at that moment. So what does that mean?
No, he told everybody to go home at like fucking 12:06. There are multiple instances of this where he's like, "Hey,
you're lying." Or you're wrong.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
He didn't tell them to go home at 12:06. That's not true.
Twitter account. But no, dude. Trump specifically was like, "What the fuck are you doing, you retards? Go away."
No, that's not true. No, you're wrong.
100%.
I don't know if you believe this whole uniparty corruption thing. Like, why can't you? Why are you like sitting here like drinking Trump cum?
What the narrative was. Fuck. Dude.
You don't even know the facts. You're lying about Trump's tweet.
I know I'm not lying about this.
His tweet wasn't until later in the day.
Give me the timestamp, and it's really
Steve
fucking
doesn't
hard to
aim
find
wake up
now
show
because
reports the
Twitter
news.
is completely controlled by Donald Trump's ex-boyfriend.
Steve, you have episodes where
as far as AI goes, I'm not this heavily into politics, so I don't have the memorization of Trump's tweets or anything. But as far as AI goes, it said yes, he did tweet this on January 6th. It does not give a timestamp on it, but it says that both the video and the tweet were later removed by Twitter, and the company suspended Trump's account for 12 hours.
Yes.
During that.
Yes. So this was like hours after the insurrection started.
Bro, I was there. Like,
what is that? What does that? Were you checking Twitter the whole time? Like, or this? No. I was there. We heard you were there. We've told us like 20 times you were there. We know. He tweeted at 6:01 p.m.
I can give a first-person account to this that you can't. You can give.
I'm sorry, 4:17
account to this.
4:17. He posted the video according to Wikipedia.
Eastern time.
Yes. Yep. You have to go home now. That's a very special one.
So Donald Trump told his followers go home, violence, and then the violence ended.
4 p.m. hours after they stormed the Capitol.
Ryan, the importance for you to declare that Donald Trump told his people to go and create an insurrection at that day. So all the responsibility of the people.
Well, I didn't say those words exactly. You're kind of misrepresenting me. What I said
Can
is
you show me a tweet where he said storm the Capitol? Can you show me a tweet where he said go commit violence? Like, again, not a Trump fan.
Not necessarily, but I mean, there are definitely tweets of him saying about talking about plans for that protest.
What you're doing is insinuating without being able to back it up by fact.
No, we can absolutely back it up by facts because Donald Trump knew that he was lying. Like, it was very clear because of all the people around him who were telling him that like all the stuff he was saying wasn't true. Like everybody or every single person who had information about whether or not the facts that he was lying about were true. They were telling him they were lies. They were telling him that he shouldn't be saying those things.
So
and he was saying them anyway because he didn't care and he just wanted to stay in power.
How did you feel January 6th and 7th and 8th? How did you feel after witnessing social media accounts telling you that this is violence, this is an insurrection, this is a terrible, not a peaceful transfer. How did you feel about that, and what were your feelings at that moment?
What I felt from watching the videos of people attacking cops and breaking into the Capitol was concern for the democratic process in my country. Yeah.
What you saw was FBI agents punching FBI agents.
Yeah, and you haven't substantiated that at all, even once. You just alleged that over and over. You have no evidence of that.
That's what the FBI is saying. What you saw was FBI agents punching FBI agents. And sure, look, I'll grant this. There were people that were totally
lying about that too.
We talked
totally
about
willing to
confidential human
because
sources.
you get sheep following along. Of course, there were people on the ground that were willing
informants
to
who provide information to intelligence agencies such as the
FBI. And you have some system that you have some way of mapping those individuals who you're saying who the DOJ said with DHS in December.
What we have is
hang on. Let me ask the question. You have some way of mapping those 26 operatives, quote unquote operatives, people who were informants at some point. Please. Those people, you have some way of mapping those to the individuals that we see in footage attacking cops. You have direct way to do that. Yes or no?
We have 270.
You can just say no. It's okay to say no. You can just say you don't know that that's true. Like that's fine. You're allowed to have that opinion. You can be honest about it.
In a disingenuous and bullshit.
I'm really not. I'm actually not. I'm being clear about what we know and don't know. It's possible that those 270 or those 26, they actually are all the individuals who are breaking into the Capitol. They're all the people who are attacking cops. What I'm saying is you don't have that evidence. You haven't provided that evidence.
Could be 6 million. Could be over 9,000.
FBI is giving you that evidence, and you're dismissing it because it doesn't comport to your narrative.
So if it's 26 or 275,
but what you guys, what you need to do though, like Steve, is like then bring up things like the article where they went and investigated every domestic terrorist group and found out like 26 out of 29 of them were headed by one of the 3-letter agencies and mostly populated by the 3-letter agencies. That those kind of things, I bring up those type of proofs to back up what you're saying.
Fucking Buddy from the Proud Boys, Tariq or whatever his name was, he was an FBI informant going back to 2012. They found out that the Oath Keepers guy was an FBI informant going back to fucking 2003. They found out that the 3%er guy was an FBI informant going back to like 2015. If it's all the FBI doing this and encouraging this behavior, and then random fucking schmucks get caught up into their bullshit and do it, who's ultimately responsible? This is a very, very good question as far as
those people are still responsible for their actions. Obviously,
does the rhetoric. Hang on, let me ask the question: does the rhetoric and directive from the top have any bearing on responsibility for what the rank and file do, regardless of whether or not they're also FBI agents?
So I guess to kind of address that, like we can look at the top-down allegations about the election being stolen that Trump was feeding to his base over and over and over for months, lying to them directly. We can look at that and say that Trump is responsible for that rhetoric. And then we can also say that even if the people thought they were justified when they were storming the Capitol, trying and successfully delaying certification of the election, we can say that they were also responsible for doing that. Even if they thought they were justified, they were still committing crimes. They were still breaking the law, even if they thought it was the right thing to do, which ultimately they were wrong. And some of them still believe it was wrong, or some of them still believe it was right. Some of them have come around and realized that Trump was misleading them. And yeah, it's hit or miss, unfortunately.
Okay, so what you're saying is it doesn't matter what actually happened. The only
not at all
thing
what
that
I said.
matters
That's literally
was the
the
rhetoric
opposite.
leading up to it that you want to pin on one individual. That, by the way,
I literally said they're responsible for their actions. What do you mean one individual? Why you do this?
Because that's what you did. You said Trump, 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 Trump. Let me ask you a question. Who won the 2020 election?
Joe Biden.
Okay. Who was president for the ensuing 4 years?
Sleepy Joe.
So
all right.
We
so
understand
what
Steve
the fuck are you even really ultimately talking about? Like your argument is contingent on overthrow and insurrection when what in
I didn't say
reality
overthrow.
happened was Everybody was already in the Rayburn building. Nobody actually had to fucking have a harrowing
because they
escape
left the Capitol
through the
after it
tunnel
was
under the
breached.
fucking Capitol, because when anybody got in the room, what they found was a cop shot a dude, and he's sitting there bleeding out in front of fucking Nancy Pelosi's speaker podium, and another fucking neck-bearded retard was like, "I'm the podium king." Like, the whole thing was a farce, my dude. It was a again.
I mean, Trump attracts a lot of crazy motherfuckers. Yeah, I agree.
Sure, so does Joe.
I don't agree it
Biden.
was a farce. I agree that Trump attracts a bunch of crazy motherfuckers.
Let's put a realistic perspective on it. Politics attracts crazy motherfuckers, because you can't tell me that a fucking 630-pound danger-haired nose ring fucking weirdo screaming about men are actually women is sane human being. You like, they're all retards. They
are you
are.
talking about somebody specific here? I mean, I believe in like trans rights. And I believe trans women are women and
I can
stuff.
pull up thousands of clips. It's politics.
You are entitled to your own beliefs
in people. It's a vessel.
You are entitled to believe that January 6th.
Let's maybe not get into the tranny debate.
Yep.
And these are the slurs too, and I don't like that. But I mean, whatever.
Oh, I'm sorry. I talked like a
also
grown grew up in the 90s.
Okay.
It's a different generation, different language.
That is true. We're from the Mel Brooks era, where you just say offensive shit about everybody.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I'm just saying I don't.
But let's go. I'm fine with having a tranny debate at some point in time, and whether they're real or whatever the fuck. But let's keep this one.
I'm not sure I'll engage with that one with you guys, but
I mean, we're already completely all over the fucking place. Let's try and just keep it January 6th.
Yeah, good luck.
1,500 hours of footage
regarding people beating up police and breaking into the Capitol. Yeah, we have tons of footage of that. True.
When that footage was released, the determination by media across the political spectrum was these are agents of the federal government who are not only inciting but enabling and encouraging more violence. This is a fact. This was
saying the media said that?
Operation.
What media is saying what you just said?
The confidential human sources were the source of violence, according to Steve. Ryan has not
Reuters
come around to that.
Steve hasn't. Reuters said that those 26 people incited the violence.
274, not 26. Ryan,
you posted a Reuters article that you're citing.
Fucking bullshit, loser talking.
Sorry, the 276 number just came out like a few days ago, so I haven't like fully explored all that. I don't know.
It's September, Steve. It came out this month, so he's not.
Fair. It's new information.
It's literally like 4 days ago. I've been sick. I've been sick these past 4 days. I'm
the important.
Look, I'm learning. If you have I'm not even sure that new report from DOJ actually supports what you're saying, but maybe it does. I'd be interested to see it. I wish you would have actually posted that at some point and showed me the specific quotes that like show evidence of that.
In the side, Ryan, I did glance through it. That's what I was reading off of. So he did post it on the side.
Well, to be fair, you posted a Yahoo article about it, but do we have the actual?
Yeah. Yahoo article about that article.
Does it have to come from Mother Jones before you'll believe it? Like,
I was just asking about the specific DOJ report. Like, calm down.
No, I mean, I'm asking. Like, I don't know.
Question. The sources do matter. Understood. Got that. The importance of the event January 6th and how it will be recorded in history books for civic students in public high schools to learn about. Well, there was a Pearl Harbor, there was a 9/11 event, 2001 in New York City, and then there was a January 6th event. How will January 6th be remembered is an important conversation to continue having. As we're seeing the number 226 or 275, that's still kind of up for debate. The ink hasn't dried on it yet. We're still close to the event. We're still fighting for a narrative control here. Ryan, what do you want the outcome of the historical record to read for January 6th?
So first of all, I just want to 275. Like I agree. I don't know everything about it yet. I want to reiterate that. But my understanding, based on what I've heard about this, is that these are people who showed up after the riots started, not people who were in the crowds before. If that is information that is, I mean, if I've gotten misinformation regarding that, then I'd be happy to see the truth of the matter. I don't think that I know the Yahoo article like cites a Blaze article. I don't even know if that actually says that they were in the crowd beforehand, but I'd be interested to see that specific line if it does. But as for how I want this to be remembered in history, I want people to know that Donald Trump lied about the outcome of the 2020 election over and over for months, and for, in fact, almost a year before the events. He was saying that it was going to be rigged. He was talking about mail-in ballots and encouraging his base not to use mail-in ballots, which supported his narrative whenever the events actually happened, where he was like, wow, look at all these mail-in ballots that came in for Joe Biden. And it's like, well, yeah, you told all your fucking people not to vote. Like, you told all your people not to vote by mail-in ballots. So of course that was going to happen. Even Bernie Sanders pointed out this was going to happen in interviews before this. I want all of that to be remembered. I want it to be remembered that although once in Trump's speech, he did say peacefully protest. He also said fight like hell. Like I think 4 times he said fight. He also said you won't have a country anymore. He repeatedly for months and months said that the election was stolen, despite everyone around him who was as president. He had some of the best information available regarding the topic, and they were telling him, no, these narratives are not true, and he just repeated them anyway. He told his base anyway. And so these people went to the Capitol, most of them probably believing what Trump was saying because they are in his MAGA cult and they believe the things that he says, and they thought that their election had been stolen, and they were trying to fight like hell because they thought they weren't going to have a country anymore. So they stormed the Capitol, they fought with the cops, and they tried to delay, if not stop, the transfer of power because they believed that their country was being stolen from them. And I want that to be remembered in history. I want that to be what's taught in the history books, not the plot against the king, as our current FBI director, Kash Patel, wrote in his picture book for children.
So let me ask you, do you know how many people showed up at the Ellipse or, a mile and a half away from the Capitol for the actual Stop the Steal rally? Do you know?
I don't know an exact number. What's the relevance?
Guess. Just give me your best guess.
I have no idea. I'm not gonna. Yeah, just get to your point. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so do you know how many people were inside the Capitol building?
I believe it was probably some like a couple hundred or something. I don't know.
Okay, so it was, according to DOJ and FBI, like 135 people, and there were upwards of 200,000 people down the road have you ever been to Washington, D.C., Ryan?
I've driven through, but I haven't actually.
You haven't been there, though? Can you imagine how long it would... Wait, let me first...
Have you been?
What is your...
I felt like what I just did was like something close to a close. Are we getting like the closing statements or something, or is this like?
Well, I mean, yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Just curious.
What do you think? What in your head does the average MAGA supporter look like? Let me ask you that. What do you think a MAGA supporter looks like?
Real quick, thank you, Nuxus, for the $2.99. But I don't know. They're like a white person, I guess. Like the average is probably a white person.
How are they shaped? What do they weigh?
I don't know. They're probably like, I mean, like the average. It's such a broad thing. Like,
are they very, very in shape people?
I think MAGA is a very diverse group of people. To be honest,
are they all gym bros that are going to take almost a 2-mile uphill hike in 14 minutes?
No, a lot of them are not going to be that. A lot of them are old people.
Timeline, when the quote unquote insurrection happened, the vast majority of everybody that was the crowd was still at least a mile away on an extreme 42-degree uphill towards the Capitol. I have personally stood there multiple times. I can tell you in extreme detail how long and arduous of a walk it is to go from the Ellipse at the monument to the Capitol building. It takes a freaking minute. where the quote unquote insurrection took place, there were people that had been specifically placed there that had nothing to do with the Stop the Steal rally. And I want to tell you, I have never heard a more boring or dumb freaking speech than I did from Rudy Giuliani, who went on stage right before Donald Trump. Okay? Because again, I have a bird's eye view of this. You don't. What I saw was tens of thousands of people gathered in one spot that could not have been able to make their way up.
Don't I kind of have a bird's eye view because there's like a million camera angles
No,
and
man,
tons of footage that we all have
okay,
access
are you
to
looking
and I've
at,
seen a lot
okay,
of.
let me ask you, do you know Ford Fisher? News to share?
No.
Ford Fisher is a dude who lives in Washington, D.C. or D.C. area, who just shows up at events in D.C. and films them. And then he dumps everything that he shot onto the internet. And you can draw your own conclusions from it. He doesn't apply a narrative to it. He has no stake in the game. He's just there to film it. Ford Fisher, Fischer, news, the number 2, news to share. Go look at Ford Fisher's
You have an affiliate link?
footage of it, because it's just raw, nonpartisan. I'm on the ground filming this because it's crazy. Go look at that. And there's no narration. There's no, this guy's doing this. This guy's
We
doing
can
that.
watch together.
Yeah.
Play some footage. Let's watch.
It's his camera's view of what's happening. I think that it might help you draw different conclusions.
Okay, I will consider it. Yeah.
Is
All
there a lot
right,
of
so
violent footage?
we're about 10-2. So we're gonna go ahead and move into closing statements, and then anybody that wants any questions read, go ahead and throw them in there. Ryan, absolutely feel free to read your super chat out. I heard you starting to try to do that, but then there was other talking, so you didn't really get it out. So absolutely feel free to do that after, but for at the moment, go ahead and go into your closing statements.
Steve, you want to go first?
Oh, sure. So if you're looking at January 6th through a partisan lens, regardless of whether you fall on the left or the right, you're going to have all of the talking points that come from your preconceived ideology going into it. That makes you a sucker. What January 6th was an operation that we now and have had for years and years and years, extensive information to support that this was a specific operation within elements of the government in order to move the country into the place that we are currently. Post January 6th, we have seen a massive lockdown of what you're allowed to say on social media. We've seen massive introduction of federal authorities into our everyday lives. This is a setup in order to push us into what the United Nations calls the Agenda 2030, where everybody is on a digital ID, where everyone is monitored in real time all the time. In the ensuing years, we've seen things like automatic license plate readers crop up everywhere. We've seen things like the push for a digital ID in order to log on to the internet in all of the Five Eyes countries. If you're not familiar with the Five Eyes countries, it's the people that are formally, and this is by their own admission, former UK colonies. So you've got the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. All of these countries have pushed more and more draconian, invasive measures to control what you say, what you do, where you go, how you go there. And there is zero aspects of partisanship outside of rhetoric that exist within the January 6th psyop. If you believe that this was just Donald Trump or just MAGA, you are a fool who is bought into a false left-right binary that only exists for marketing purposes and to further remove your rights and liberties. If we are a constitutional representative republic, we haven't had an example of that in the 21st century.
Okay. So what we heard a lot from Steve tonight is don't believe your lying eyes, buy into his particular narrative of American history. The only real arguments about January 6th that have come up very sparingly have been what I believe are lies about the nature of the undercover agents who were there, and allegations that they were the only people engaging in violence, never once substantiated with evidence. Those 26 people, yes, they were informants at some point in time. There's nothing mapping or linking them to being the specific people involved in violence at all. And also the 275, once again, I believe those are people who showed up after the riots had started. So the reality that has not been disputed at all in any meaningful way all throughout the 2 hours, the 2 exhaustive hours that we've had here, were that Donald Trump said the election was going to be stolen. Then he said the election was stolen. Then he tweeted numerous times announcing the events of January 6th. He organized a list of or a series of 7 fake electors who lied, saying that the states had selected them to be the electors of their states, which they had not done. And then he wanted to use them to pressure Mike Pence to delay the certification until future court rulings could settle and basically overturn the election, ideally in his favor. And then when Mike Pence refused to do this, he told his crowd that they had to fight like hell or they wouldn't have a country anymore. And they believed him. So they assembled and intimidated through violence and or threat of violence to interfere with a government procedure, being the certification of the election, which easily qualifies the legal definition of an insurrection. And then Trump pardoned all those people because Donald Trump believes that if you do violence on his behalf, then that is okay. And if you even are anti-fascist, which Donald Trump is a fascist, so if you are against Donald Trump in any meaningful way, then you are a domestic terrorist. And we should all be terrified because even Steve here has spoken out against Trump. So your free speech is definitely under threat from Donald Trump because you have said terrible things about him. And a few years ago, he actually was the only one who explicitly reached out to Twitter and pressured them to take down a tweet from Chrissy Teigen, who called him a pussy ass bitch, because as we all know here, Donald Trump is a pussy ass bitch. But yeah, January 16th.
Yeah, dude, thank you, Rachel Maddow with shittier facial hair. Thank you. But like, dude, you just lied through all of that. You did. It was all lies. Like, even
let Marcus get his in. Let Marcus get his in, Steve.
So Steve and Ryan answered all of my questions that I asked them. I learned a lot more and have a lot of notes to do further research. It seems like the ink hasn't settled on this history. There's still healthy debate, I believe, happening about the significance of the event. There's some agreements. I think there were more agreements than disagreements. The disagreements had to do with the proof. And I think that in this culture where there will never be sufficient evidence for either side to determine a concrete conclusion either way for even a third party to understand it, it's meant to be confusing. The political theater continues. It continues as political theater with left and right going back to the ballots to continue to vote. And I don't know that a Democratic elected president is going to return civil liberties, is going to say, you can't delete your tweets. We have to print them out on paper. I'm very frustrated by having important historical information being on the internet where it's on Twitter, it's on True Social, it's on social media, it's on TikTok, all these important things where Now, when we're faced with having to dig it up really quickly, an AI summary gives us a summary, which seems to be a consensus reality opinion based off of Wikipedia articles. So I think the real argument happens on the Wikipedia forum, where we decide what is history and what is true. And anyone who writes a book about it, I don't know if Cash Patel's book is cited in any Wikipedia articles as to the true fairy time, story time, a bedtime story of the January 6th insurrection. I think that's a big word that we're still struggling to come to terms with. Donald J. Trump having a disgraced legacy, I think that's the purpose of that. We can all say Orange Man is bad. We all agree with that. I don't know what the solution is. Maybe I'll continue to watch Ryan and he'll provide a radical left lunatic fringe solution that will create a utopian world where I can accept bribes into my digital bank account, my CBDC, and whatever that is.
Before we
I don't know
get
where
out
to
of
go
here,
So
we're getting out of here yet,
real
Steve.
quick, because I was in
and I can get to talk once too, Steve.
Just hang on,
Jesus Christ.
hang on. Let me tell you how hard it was to get a fucking hotel room or an Airbnb right before January 6th, because I was there for different events on the 2nd and 3rd. And on the 4th, when we were like, fuck it, it's gonna be a shit show, we'll pull up for it, and we changed flights and stuff like that. We tried to extend our lodgings because I look like me. There was a memo that went out to every Airbnb host in the entire greater DC area that said, if you see somebody who's trying to rent from you, who looks like they may be a part of the Stop the Steal event, do not accept their offer. And so because I look like me, we had to go. I had 3 different reservations canceled. Again, I don't care about Donald Trump in that way, for sure. I care about Donald Trump because he's a fucking tool of the oligarchy, and he's been weaponized against absolutely everyone to take every shred of our liberty and freedom away. He's a piece of shit, carnival barker, reality TV star, WWE Hall of Famer, fucking clown. But there was ahead of time from Airbnb a directive that said, don't rent to anybody who looks like they might be part of this event. So if that doesn't at least give you an inkling of how pre-planned January 6th was, fuck, dude, you are living a fantasy life.
And in my second closing statement, I will agree. It was a plan. It was a detailed plan to overturn the election through pressuring Mike Pence to.
Yeah, because that worked out.
It didn't. I mean, they successfully delayed it. But anyway, you guys said you have questions. My super chats were really brief. It was just one of them is Nuxus saying anyone can't hit the goal, because I had a single donation goal, and Nuxus is often the one who is achieving my goals. And then he posted another one during the second goal. So that's all I have.
Hail Nuxus, you are a superstar.
W Nuxus.
You know what? My tongue is slightly swollen up because I'm drinking hot chocolate, and I had a thing with my tongue which was swelling it this week. So now anything that I'm drinking that's hot makes it swell up again. So then I sound like I have a lisp.
Big ups to everybody that super chatted Ryan tonight. You guys are absolute heroes. Thank you. Keep that up.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming in, Ryan. Most of the questions are just pretty much smart ass stuff.
If there's any you actually want to read out, like I don't mind.
Nothing in particular. Tony did say that we need to definitely clip Steve stating that Nancy Pelosi was 100% right, and that needs to find its way airing out. But throughout the debate, as far as I'm concerned with the January 6th, I'm more in line with Steve. I think if Steve could learn to be more succinct and land his plane at some point in time, he would have done. This would have went out a little bit smoother.
State the destination before setting off on the plane, so we know where we're going.
I think that, and to this day, especially with hindsight, that 20 million number is a mathematical anomaly that is insane, like insane. Which I do understand what Ryan's saying, that they definitely drummed up the Trump hate, but then all of a sudden it disappeared. In my opinion, and being a little bit older, the most contentious election I recall was when Obama came in after Bush. The world really hated Republicans at the time, really hated Republicans, and Obama was accepted as like this damn near Jesus figure. So that to me was probably the biggest election. And from traveling a lot, seeing like yard signs and whatnot, I don't really see, there was definitely some Trump stuff. Hillary Clinton, during that campaign, I was moving from South Dakota to California and going back and forth. I saw one lady with a bumper sticker get in her car, and she was like, some people should have just followed her around with a video camera waiting for her to do something crazy, Karen. And that was the only person. Everybody hated Hillary. Actually, Bernie that year had the most out of any yard paraphernalia stickers.
2008.
Yeah,
No,
which the Democrats
right?
always been the gatekeepers of that. If you look up, Ryan, this isn't the first time that's happened.
I'll look at. Can I quick read? I got another super chat from Glitchin123. Says all hail democracy, God, Mike Pence, and based in true. But sorry, I can look up. What am I looking up?
We don't live in a democracy. We're supposed to live in a representative republic. Or
how are those representatives selected?
Anybody who pushes forward the idea of democracy
in a back room, smoking cigars, shadow government.
In the 60s, this has happened before, where there was actually riots, and it was actually held. The Democrats were the one rioting, and it was against the DNC because the DNC wanted to put in Hubert Humphrey III, who was a little rich boy. And I'll read your question in 1 second, Uncle Fatty. And he was from a wealthy donor class. And the people had wanted George McGovern. And so they forced through Hubert Humphrey, and then there was a giant riot. So this is actually something that this cycle has kind of happened before from somebody that's old. Okay, question from Uncle Fatty. Steve, were you at the J6 Pride in the Park speeches and the riot at the Capitol building?
So, okay. In the morning of January 6th, I was right by the ellipse, which there was like a whole like human cattle guardrail thing leading up to where people were standing for all of the speeches. I was off to the side of it for all of it. We were trying to live stream and we couldn't because we were being signal jammed for the entire time. It was really frustrating and it sucked. Then when Rudy Giuliani got done speaking, before Trump came on, we got in a car. We went to our Airbnb for like 15 minutes, smoked a little bit of weed, and then went to the Capitol, where I was on, again, the two sides of the Capitol, the side where all the scaffolding and the people climbing up and all that shit that faces the Supreme Court. We were on the side that faces the Washington Monument. So as far as that goes, I was on the back side of the Capitol. But yes, I was on the steps of it while people were going in and out. I was in the midst of what people would probably describe as chaos. I would describe it as kiddie play because nobody was doing anything really out of pocket. But yeah, dude. Yeah. In fact, if you want to,
so it was the most
up an
boring event
interview
ever.
with January 6, 2021, Unfit Statesman. That's the show that I did that night from our Airbnb in DC. and I talked about fucking all of it. So go find Zach Brown, the Unfit Statesman. I did a full interview that day.
Zach, Z-A-C-K?
Z-A-C-H.
Z-A-C-H Brown, B-R-O-W-N.
Zach Brown.
Unfit Statesman.
Oh,
Got it.
Marcus and I have another friend named Project Cheney, and she was there and up close, and she talks about that the police funneled that most people were actually just wanting to be looky-loos, and the police made a funnel that forced people into the area. So not nearly as many people wanted to be in and looking like they were part of the active problem, and they instead wanted to, just be looky-loos.
The only way out of DC was through the Capitol building at this point because everyone was corralled in and pushed through.
You'd have
you could get around DC on side streets and stuff like that.
Fences set up, she said,
right?
And then the cops
stop
pushed
the
and
steel
didn't let
rally.
anybody get behind them.
Right. So something happened. There was already crazy event. Steve is telling us that there was build up to it. I think Ryan has agreed that there was build up to the event. The event happened, and it was the most boring event ever. Some people, it was an insurrection. To other people, it was just a pressure release valve.
Yeah, and to answer Uncle Fatty's second question, there were no Biden flags. It was a Trump rally.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect there to be any Biden flags at a Trump rally. I was wearing a prisoner jumpsuit and a fucking Guy Fawkes mask for the whole thing.
A costume party for some people.
And
Are we doing
I
Collins
had
as well?
Julian Assange's name on my back.
What'd
as
you
my
say, Ryan?
prisoner shit.
Are we doing call-ins as well? Like, should I post
You
it in
can
my?
go ahead
my
and we can do a little bit of call-ins to ask questions and whoever. That's fine.
Jim just joined. I don't know who this is, but
Jim's a personal friend of ours.
oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I posted the link.
It's not a tree. It's not a tree.
Yeah, no, he's not here to grill anybody. He wants to talk about financial stuff that he had looked up and discovered. Like there might be a spike in the silver market because there's a battery that they figured out that's supposed to recharge like extraordinarily fast. Like, and it's
80% charge.
There's a ton of silver used in it, so that would obviously correlate into a spike. Nothing to do with
enough. Well, I will let you guys do that. That does sound actually pretty interesting. So
thank
I will
you for coming in, Ryan.
Yeah,
I'm wishing it went a little bit better.
I think it went okay.
Just kind of, you guys were kind of past each other. Part of that is Steve's got a breadth of knowledge that's crazy, but he needs to be succinct in his speaking.
If you don't understand what happened before,
I understand what you're saying.
What happened
you got to
now.
figure out how to do it succinctly, brother. Because you're only usually in a debate. You get 2 or 3 minutes.
First
There's
round.
no way to fucking back up. There's no way to
Let's meet 12 months from
Thank
now.
you very much for coming on, Ryan.
We'll do it again.
Everybody check out Radical Coders channel.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in, Ryan. You have a good night.
Yeah, just one more thing. Like I am Ryan Radical Coder. If you guys hated everything I said or enjoyed some of what I said or enjoyed everything I said, highly recommend you come subscribe. We recently hit 1K and we're going straight to 1 million. Very excited, very fun. I've been doing debates like these for years. And I love doing this and I want to keep doing it. So please come support the channel and come fight with me.
Socials.
YouTube.com/@radicalcoder is the best way to find me. And there's a lot of other links there. I mean, I'm on Twitter as The Radical Coder, Instagram, The Radical Coder, but YouTube is the primary source. So
having a good experience on Blue Sky at all? Are you trying Threads? Anything else?
I mean, I post on Threads a little bit. It's more like personal social media, I guess. But I post on there sometimes. But yeah, primarily YouTube and occasionally X, but not a lot.
I think we're in agreement that YouTube is the place to stay, with your opinion, Steve's opinion, trying to get everybody back to YouTube to have the conversation because YouTube is the #1 video platform that everyone goes to.
It's your mainstream media platform.
Yep.
True that. All right, guys. Well, thanks for having me. If you don't mind, throw my link, my YouTube channel link in the chat. I appreciate it. And I'll do the same for you guys.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Have a good stream.
Thank you, Ryan. We appreciate you coming in.
I can't fucking, it's very difficult to have a conversation with anybody who only knows what the news cycle says. Like, yeah, you kind of have to provide a little bit of history. Sorry.
I do understand where you're coming from, Steve. I obviously have a breadth of knowledge in a lot of things where it's hard for me to be succinct. One of the things that helped me out immensely with that was when I started writing out my opening statements and having a specific timing to it. And then I understood, well, and now I've got to bring this down to this level because I can only say this in this many minutes. And so you want to get the hot points and the things that are going to definitely stick out.
Lots of note taking.
I get it. I do. I'm not saying I'm even good at it yet, but you got to be succinct because in a debate, you've got to be able to get it out in a smaller duration.
The lower attention span can be alleviated by playing it back later and pausing to then do the research. That's going to happen. Play it back. They can pause it. They can research the article. They can see the chat. They can bring up the information in the heat of the moment within a 2-hour window to say the project for the new American century. There it is. You either get it or you don't. And if you miss that, you can't get to the next point. I understand Steve's frustration to say there's all this information you got to know. And then when you show up and you only want to talk about one day, maybe plus or minus 24 hours on that day, well, there's a lot more going on. And the lead up to it and then the events afterward, that's a broader discussion. And if Ryan's chat was not understanding why we were talking about 1824, the continuity of government, other executive orders, it's to put this current event in context. And for someone who is under 30 years old and the biggest event of their life just happened when Charlie Kirk heard a gunshot and went over, then it's difficult to say, please listen and understand the context of history is greater than the last big event in the media cycle.
But what he's got to do is make a claim then that, hey, listen, this was a continuous event. And
I did.
This is why.
Yeah,
I heard it.
he did.
The way you were doing it was you were starting out with a story, and then 10 minutes later, after you've talked for 10 minutes, then you make the claim, which I understand you're putting in the backstory, but really in debate, you got to make the claim first. And then when they try to argue against said claim, that's where you can bring in the backstory because now you're justifying your claim. Yeah, you know what I mean?
I mean, I felt like I did that, but maybe I didn't. I don't know. I do all this shit.
But you were trying to lead up to the claim. So that way he would understand what you're claiming. And I get why you're doing what you're doing. I do. As a speaker, when I'm going in and I'm giving like I did on Crow the other day, which yes, I saw somebody in the chat ask if I was on Crow recently, and yes, I was. As a speaker, you lead up to the crescendo. In debate, you give the crescendo, and then to justify it, you give the lead up. You know what I mean?
I think it was great, Steve.
Debate pro culture. Sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
I thought it was great, Steve. There's so much groundwork that you have to understand to realize what's actually going on, and it's like
I'm a little loud.
It's a whole lifetime of yeah. Let me try that.
You can just lean back a little bit. It's all right.
Am I too loud?
Yeah, gains up. High.
Okay, let me turn that down. It's a whole lifetime of research,
and it never
ends.
ends.
Is that better?
This is the beginning of the trying to understand the events, and fighting over Wikipedia article edits and determining what's going to go into the Encyclopedia Britannica. I mean, this is not just this single event. There's events in other countries at other times, and in terms of violent insurrections.
There's no way you can bring that all into the debate, though. You've got to narrow it down to what you can get in your allotted time space. Like when Steve and I go on Sarah's, Steve and I are on in a hot debate in 6 days next Monday. You only get so much time to speak in between, and then the other three people each also get that allotted amount. So you've got to get out what you need to get out in that time frame. Now, I 100% agree with Steve's points but I wouldn't have taken things so far afield. Like when he brought up the 274 agents, I would have said, well, here's proof that 274 agents were actually present at January 6th. We don't know what they were doing. I admit that. It doesn't state what they're doing, but we know that infiltrated in through the crowd everywhere was agents. Now, when we look historically, we have evidences such as that report that I know Steve has, that they proved, like, it was something like ridiculous, like 28 out of 30 investigated domestic terrorist groups were headed by FBI, and that most people in it were FBI, and there was like one or two retards. So you understand then that FBI agents act as agent provocateurs, and you've got 275 of them in this crowd.
Right.
What
And
are
I
the
don't
odds
think that point
that
was,
this isn't a state-ran op.
I don't think the aspect of it being an operation from federal government was in question. Ryan had stated that Donald J. Trump, leader of the MAGA cult, encouraged his true believers to enter the Capitol building, and then by doing so, fulfilled the requirements for an insurrection, and then clouded the information afterwards to make it so that there would never be sufficient evidence for one side or the other to declare whether it was an insurrection or wasn't. So then it would have to go through further judicial process and courts to determine the status of the day.
Well,
which
they
is
made
just
the
long-
word insurrection literally where any riot or protest against the government.
January 6th led to more political theater. It wasn't the only show that day. It led to more political theater, which continues to lead to more political theater. So if the continuity of government machine feeds off of people's feeding of the system through consenting, through the vote system, through their protests, violent or non-violent, but they become actors and set dressing for the political theater to continue the political theater, which continues to consolidate into an apparatus of more security and not trusting citizens, pushing towards a more clear and definitive digital ID through the passport system, tying that in with health passports, limiting travel across state lines and country lines, and
He did a good job with that part where he
not
showed
reducing
there. 100%.
These are never reduced. So once the laws are put on the books, they're not temporary, they're on the books going forward forever. So the significance of January 6th being in the history books as a new precedent event for people who are alive to experience it. People weren't alive for 1824. That's not relevant. Don't talk about history lessons. Only talk about the last 40 years, because anyone in chat over than 40 is an old geezer who deserves death anyway because they got us in this mess in the first place. Sorry, boomer, that sort of thing. So to hear from an older person telling a younger person, here's what actually happened, I was there, and then the older person's like, well, you know what, I don't care. I hear you, but I don't care. And then that's how the debate ends, is kind of how I saw the events unfold tonight.
Well, yeah, it was everything that you're bringing to the table. I'm going to dismiss because it doesn't comport to my narrative and the way that I want to present.
And to be fair,
situation.
his chat room argument was the same for what you just said about him.
I'm sure it was.
Their chat room said the same about you, which means, I don't know. Those of us stuck in the middle trying to bring people together are having a very difficult time. And just like in the Orthodox Church and Christianity, schism after schism after schism, I think we did agree that there was a power and oligarchy, some wealthier class of people that are creating political theater, which creates more schism amongst the people on the bottom, fighting for the same scraps of those stimulus checks, which he really seemed to appreciate receiving. And I said, I didn't get any because I didn't accept the bribe. because I wasn't playing into the political theater. That was my personal belief. And then someone says, well, maybe those people don't pay taxes. Well, that's a separate conversation. What are the benefits of taxes? What are the benefits of democracy? What are the benefits of voting? And what are the benefits of Democrats apparently following the laws that they place more than the other side, who seems to break more laws and then go to court about it?
Right. It seems like I got the MSNBC argument
For sure.
that of course, if you're selectively editing and you don't care about reality, you can present a version of history that a lot of people will agree with. But you have to, if you're being honest, acknowledge that what you're doing is presenting a selectively edited version of history that is designed specifically to get people to agree with your particular partisan viewpoints.
So if we've all watched Network and understanding Network, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. Well, what is America? It's a college of corporations. And to determine that political appointees are decided in backroom meetings and that donors just give money away. It's like flushing your money down the drain. Your political financial donation is appreciated by the party, but it doesn't grant you a paid for opinion that matters more than the plan that they've already put in place already. So then it just becomes the matter of choosing political figures to stand in front of podiums to give speeches which are already written for them, to then continue to advance the continuity of government machine, whether or not it's a representative republic leading to a democratic process, which continues the illusion of a two-parted duopoly, which I think Steve was wise to bring up and say that's the illusion of it. And again, the conclusion would be people want to live in the illusion where we are in agreement that the Orange Man is the worst fascist leader we've ever had, leading to Nazism and more political violence against other people that have different skin colors and different genders and use different bathrooms. And that's bad for everybody. So let's all agree that that's very bad. And then the solution offered for that is to punch Nazis and resist fascism.
Yeah, I agree with Steve that the whole thing was a put up, but in my opinion, it was to further the things he's talking about, and then also it was a temperature check. That because I've been under this opinion for a long time that the reason that the far left goes so crazy far with it is to get most people, because most people are going to be incensed when you talk about a transsexual person showing their genitals to a little kid or reading to a little kid while dressed very sexually provocatively, and which I've made the point before that nobody freaked out over Miss Doubtfire. It's the sexual provocativeness of it that's really wild. And people are going to rebel then. And so to me, there was a temperature check happening right there. How many people are going to join this fight? And at the end of the day, most of the people that were there were just wanting to watch to see if there was a fight. There was a few retards and a whole bunch of agent provocateurs doing things. Other than that, really, the majority of the crowd was just looky-loos. Even Steve himself, who didn't have a bone to pick in the fight, would just want to see what was happening.
Man, I'm pretty clear about that.
Sure.
Just
So then,
lose.
what wasn't brought up tonight?
I was totally a fucking tourist to that
But
entire event.
I think at the end of it, they realized not enough people actually bit, so they couldn't have their hard move to the right-wing fascist.
I agree with you, Ben.
They weren't there yet.
I agree that it was like a collective national shit test, and here's I guess a point that I tried to make it, but I don't know if it landed. There were what, 25, 35 people that actually went into the Capitol, there were an additional 200 or 300,000 outside of it. Not a single person had fucking arms. Not a single person in that 200, 300,000 strong. Even the people that went into the Capitol, nobody went into that building armed.
The complaint was the door was kicked down. They didn't use.
It is the
weapons to
lamest,
kick it down.
weakest, most ineffective.
They didn't
If you're
set
trying
C4
to make
on
the
it.
point that it was an insurrection and
Was it breaking and
nobody
entering?
went into the building looking to fucking take over,
Were any
how,
locks
like,
picked?
How dumb are you to call it an insurrection? How disingenuous and fake
Would
are
you have
you to
preferred
be
it
like,
to
oh
be
yeah, no,
an
we're
actual
gonna overthrow the
insurrection
government with
violence?
some fucking French fries?
If people drop in paramilitary style from black helicopters, kicking down windows and just completely demolishing the building, destroying all the records and burning it to the
Yeah,
ground.
that's what an insurrection looks
That
like.
that would have been a little bit more exciting.
Yo, even dragging
They
a
did that on
single
Lake Street
fucking-
in Minneapolis. Minneapolis
The-
had more violence and fire and property damage than what happened in DC.
We had 2 deaths at the quote unquote insurrection. Both of them were females. Neither of them were fucking murdered in the hollowed
So
grounds
that's
of Congress.
violence against women. I mean, that's seen as violence against women. And you were asking, describe the average MAGA at the Stop the Steal rally in January 6th insurrection. And it was like, well, clearly, probably white skin, probably male, probably a Christian nationalist, probably a white nationalist, probably a neo-Nazi, probably a fascist, probably a Proud Boy. So that's the common enemy of the left.
But you have to go probably, and you can't prove any of it. Like, that's the part that always gets
But
me.
I can feel like that was
Well,
probably
facts don't
what
care about your feelings.
I asked him about his feelings, and he said it kind of ruffled his feathers a little bit. He was kind of upset about it, and it got him to continue to become the radical coder and continue to stream about it. If January 6th didn't happen, would the liberals just went to sleep and said, whatever, we're done. Let's go tra-la-la over here and dance in circles and, braid each other's hair and gender affirm each other's care. That was the important issue for them. It was civil rights issues, gay marriage, LGBT, LGBTQ, LGBTQ+, and they got different rainbows and flags. And now that they've gotten that, they've gotten everything they've ever asked for. What more is there to do? Where more is there to progress? We've talked about conservatives and progressives. If the progressives have gotten everything they've ever wanted from 1993, everything they ever wanted, they've gotten it now.
What they want is a
now?
dictatorship of the proletariat.
Yeah, both sides are fascist as hell, no matter how you slice it.
Sure. That's what the progressives want, a dictatorship of the proletariat. The right wants a dictatorship of one corporate overlord. They don't really care who it is. They
Who's
just want him to say, I'm for the things that you're for.
And then the political theater will continue, right? The political theater will continue. The left got everything they wanted, and now the right has to conserve and push back and take things away and make sure the books are correct moving forward, and then we'll just keep swinging. So now with
all the fucking people that used to donate to the Democrats are donating to the Republicans because they're still front and center in creating the fucking technocratic panopticon. And sure, you can, have partisan arguments that are downstream from that, but they're way downstream from that. And what is actually happening is that we have an oligarchy that's building a digital prison grid And
Right.
people are still stuck going, well, Donald Trump said Mike Pence is a bad guy. And Mike Pence said Donald Trump is a bad guy. And like, are you fucking retarded,
That's
dude?
drama.
Like,
Play some music to it. Make a musical about the event. Put it on Broadway. Let all the gays and theys and thems and children celebrate the event by making a musical theater mockery of the thing and have lots of fun with it. Produce that art, I guess, is what I'm saying. What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything if we haven't produced any actual culture that is outside of the team jersey red blue duopoly thing, and people that continue to play stupid games win stupid prizes, which are stupid election fraud games that they continue to play. And what do? They get more stop the steal vote rallies and lesser insurrections because more people are at home, locked down, not able to travel. So how does the political process continue if every peaceful protest gets instigated and turns into a kick some doors down and knock some trash cans over and
well,
be rude?
what it looks like is not doing it by the traditional methods that have only granted us more fucking censorship and more state crackdown. We have to look outside of those measures. There are a bunch of ways that we can do it. I would recommend everybody pick up the book Power of the Powerless by Václav Havel. That gives you a ground floor view of what parallel systems and eventually parallel societies look like. This is the dude who created legitimate, effective resistance to Soviet Russia in Yugoslavia way back in the fucking 70s. Please, Václav Havel. Yes, Vaclav. Václav Havel.
Yeah.
Power of the Powerless. It is a very short read, and it will tell you step by step how to create parallel systems. This is the blueprint, regardless of whether or not, no matter what economic system you support, it gives you a fundamental groundwork for moving beyond the system that you exist in. It is a blueprint for parallel systems. It is a very, very fundamental read for anyone who wants to get away from what we're currently being subjected to.
Looks good. I think we have a couple more chatters, and I'm not seeing any super chats. People are still showing up.
Hey, Jim, what's the world look like from where you're sitting?
Well, right now it's pretty weird. Pretty weird.
Close to Portland? Is there a war happening in Portland?
Right? Have the troops...
Are they going to invade Walla Walla soon? Do we need to send care packages or a rescue team to exfiltrate you?
I think they can take Portland. I'm fine with that. Portland's a lost cause at this point.
Give them Portland, but defend Walla Walla.
Who wants to go back? I think Walla Walla is pretty safe. We have like a lot of wineries, and the Rothschilds have a winery empire here. They own like most of the town secretly. So I think they want to keep it safe here. I mean, relatively safe, so they can keep making the alcohol to fund the entertainment that we all have to keep from asking questions. But yeah, it's pretty weird.
I was asking about DC and how big.
Are you not entertained?
Trying to get some numbers and maps set up.
Are you wearing a sport coat, Jim? I can't tell.
I see you in a winter.
Got my
man, is it suede?
Professor Jim.
Like, no, hang on. Is that like a suede jacket? I really can't tell. I'll be so impressed.
I wish it was suede. I used to have a suede one, but I gave it away.
Can I audit your class, Professor Jim?
What's that?
Are you teaching an art class? Can I audit your art class?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Your art studio?
I have a tweed jacket with suede elbow patches.
I think that's going to be key to the debates moving forward. We need to outdress our opponents. We need to wear three-piece suits, ties,
I'll do that. I'll do that.
feathers in our hat, that sort of thing. Dress up, get some more respectability. I think we need to build up respectability in our wardrobe. Man, it's hard. I guess if we're just more gentlemanly, less aggressive and more gentlemanly.
I'm fine with the aggression. Like when we go and debate with Rob Knorr in there, he's definitely not going to allow extended explanations like that, and he's going to be peppering in there, and there's no way that something that extended is going to happen.
Our listeners
would allow it to happen, but Rob, absolutely not.
Ryan had about 45% of the entire talking time, which is more than he's ever had on anyone else's panels, by the way.
I don't know what he was bitching about.
Fucking queer, to be removed from speaking. That's the most I've ever heard him speak.
That is true.
He's new.
In a 2-hour window, that's more words from him than I've ever heard him speak on any panel ever. So that was very generous of us to give him that amount of time for him to say so very, very little. In the amount,
because I'm louder and more right doesn't mean that he got to talk less. He could talk all he wanted.
I need to see the evidence of that. I need to see the documents. Bring them up now.
I'm just talking about making your point succinct.
I'll work on that, man. But look, dude, I can't. It's fucking. I'm grabbing the horse to bring in water when he's way the fuck off in the pasture, miles away. There's miles of pasture that I have to grab the horse and drag him through before I can bring him to water. I'm sorry. I am.
I do get it. I do get it, brother. I am aware that you have a breadth of knowledge that is amazing, and that you're interconnecting a series of events that he hasn't even had experience to most of them.
He wasn't alive for some of these events to even have an interest in research.
Dude, I thought, fuck, I didn't make you gay. Like, you want me? You
didn't make him straight either. You didn't get him a wife in an Orthodox church to attend. So that's on the Ortho Bros for not.
I have a very good female friend. Ben, you'll trip out on this. I have a friend that I used to do Assange events with, and this is a lady, and the lady was like, "You need to join the Orthodox Church."
Beautiful.
I've never had a female.
She didn't tell you to find Jesus. She said to join the Orthodox Church.
Yeah, because we're actively like,
dude. Oh no, they've moved from tradcath to I'm a catechumen. I'm an e-girl catechumen. And I'm starting to see that on Twitter. And then the results of that has been, wow, lots of attention all of a sudden going on. Well, I got some book recommendations. We can get into our DMs and have a Bible study together. I can speed up your catechumen process a little bit. And then maybe marriage too is in the cards. A lot of thirsty men looking for women catechumens.
Is that a low-key flirt for
no, it's basically saying
not on my part.
Basically saying, yeah, you're a catechumen, you're in the Orthodox Church.
He's got somebody putting spice on his taco already.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, was she flirting with you?
Yes,
No.
Okay.
No, there's somebody that I've had like a professional relationship with.
That's just wild because Orthodox is such a sausage fest. She's like the belle of the fucking ball.
Oh, she's got to be. Dude,
we didn't get to talk about miscegenation yet.
Automatically became the most available bachelorette in Colorado by.
Is she Russian?
Is
she a Russian agent?
Going up.
Is she a Russian honeypot?
Dude, that's like
no.
when I used to take my kids to like Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, them card places that have like Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons and shit.
Sure. Yeah.
And there's like 50 sweaty young boys and it smells like a fucking locker room in there. You're like, why does it smell like gym socks? None of you fuckers even work out. Like,
And then some girl walks in there, and all of a sudden the whole fucking room, like you just all of a sudden smell testosterone start leaking out their pores. Like, yes.
Hey, milady.
Well, that's
Don't
that's
let
part
this
of the
piece of
room.
shit pull
The
out
other-
your chair.
The other half
I'm
of the
gonna
room
pull out
is
your chair.
farting more, burping Taco Bell, and trying to stink the place up to get the women out of there because this is a men's only space. Women in Magic the Gathering.
Oh yeah, they don't want a chick player. They want a chick that just comes in and will view them, and then all of a sudden it's like the testosterone jacks up six
No
notches.
milks allowed. Drop your kid off and get out of the game store, woman.
No,
That's
it's,
kind of-
it's an older sister that had to drive her brother to play the game or whatever, and
Just
she's
the idea of titties
Frantic.
goes
Yeah.
a really long way.
yeah, them are girl titties. Them are girl titties.
All the theatrics come out and they're starting.
We've been looking at Paul over there this whole time. You see the titties on her though?
Right? What the fuck? Why are we staring at Daniel? He's a fucking idiot. Who's this broad?
Daniel, Nathaniel, Amos over there. They're practically Amish compared to this woman who just walked in. She's on a rumspringer, boys. Let's get her.
Right?
Invite her to our
Well,
ball.
and that's the time to get her, ain't it?
Yeah, kitchen
yeah.
sink
You're
magic.
on
You ever
that
play it?
rumspringer.
We play it in the kitchen. Come over to our place tomorrow night.
Isn't it really weird that like Rumspringa is basically the Amish go fucking whore yourself out?
I went to a festival this weekend and there was Amish men trying to sell mums. They had
Chrysanthemums?
yes, giant mums, and a lot of women were selling sourdough bread. I mean, attempting to. There was a lot of sourdough bread baked for the event. I didn't see a lot of sourdough purchased and moving. So they made a lot of sourdough bread. They wrapped it real nice. It was the competition of the sourdough, and it wasn't a sourdough festival, so sourdough was not being purchased. But there was a lot on sale, and they were hoping to sell some.
I love Orthodox sourdough bread. My wife joined up with this group of homestead ladies, and they're always like, we're buying like fresh milk every week and cream and getting sourdough bread that was baked today, and they like put this art into it, you know, like the crust has like beautiful designs and it's so tasty.
Yeah.
It's great.
Christy makes sourdough, but we need to get a grinder that's better because I'm the only one that has the real solid teeth. Christy and Brian, their teeth aren't the best, so.
Well, and who wants pretty bread?
It really didn't. It did not bother me. I would have just kept eating it. I don't give a shit. But yeah, Christy's teeth. She got to get all her teeth taken out.
That's rough. Teeth are like one of the biggest human weaknesses. I mean,
Yeah.
you only
She
get
spent a
the
bunch of years as a vegetarian, and it's not for her body. She lost a bunch of her hair, and her teeth that fell apart, and her nails were shitty. And she started eating meat, and her hair came back, and her nails came back, but her teeth, not so much.
How'd you like to be a
it's
guy?
hard to make that shit regenerate. It really is.
Yeah. I hear they're working on it. It's like a Japanese scientists. They've got a gene modification treatment planned where they'll trigger the third dentine. So like, you know, your first dentine is when you get your teeth, and the second dentine, or I guess the first dentine is your adult teeth. Then the second dentine would be another set of adult teeth later in life.
Did you imagine how bad that would suck? Like
your teeth
teeth
would fall
as
out.
a kid is so rough, and then to have that as a full-grown adult when you're kind of a pussy.
So
Like,
if we're talking about
kids-
life extension
like,
programs,
Kids can like shrug off almost anything. Adults, they get sick and they're like down and out.
well,
Dude,
we're talking
I'm-
life extension. People are living longer and having to deal with their teeth. At some point, are they going to have to pull out all their teeth to then regrow them themselves? If they're living to be closer to 200 years?
I don't want to bring up the thing that just happened, but I got to, dude. Like, how can somebody explain to me, like I'm a fucking 5-year-old, why you view paradigm shifting events in a vacuum and why they can only exist in that vacuum and have nothing to do with anything that came before or anything that happened after.
Fear of conspiracy. So all of these things you mentioned were tied into some conspiracy they heard about, and they are allergic to conspiracy. They want facts. They want black and white. They want it to be in Wikipedia, and that's what they accept. That's what they memorize, and then it's over, and they can get on with it. They don't want
even
nuance.
in that paradigm, it still relates to previous events and events that came further.
We're talking about biology, neurospicy
Biology
people.
has nothing to do with that. Like
brains.
how do you
They will
view?
tell you they process information differently than you. So you process information differently than they do. They are fearful of your information processing, thinking it's old uncle conspiracy over there. Dismiss it from the get-go, and they're better for it because otherwise they have to do more homework. And they don't want to do more homework.
I mean,
Wikipedia.
the
The last
Q
Google.
thing
Okay,
really did a
Google.
lot of
How
damage.
many federal agents were on January 26th? And then whatever Google says, fine, because they can't change Google. They can't change Wikipedia. Whatever the source says, that's what they quote. That's the source. That's the citation, and it's over. So why are we arguing about it?
It's the newspapers, it's the articles, and it's what it says. You don't have to
Arbiter
trust
of
your
truth
discernment.
is the Google search. The
don't have
top
to
result
have-
is the Google search.
But Jim, it's like it's a frozen moment in time because there's no recognition of what happened after that, right? Like that's what we found out tonight is that this event existed in a frozen moment in time. The only information around it exists within the confines of what mainstream left-leaning outlets reported, and everything that happened before or after is off the table. That's the way that the debate was framed from Ryan's perspective.
Right, and just chat, not understanding why you were talking so much and how it had anything to do with January 6th.
Yeah, and look, I can't help them. But I can't tell them not to be dumb faggots. I can't.
think
It's
it might-
not my job. I'm not their dad.
They don't
not.
appreciate the slurs and the pejoratives when it's slung at them, but when they can get people with slurs and pejoratives that they approve of, like TERFs and other terms that they have, they don't like AI. So everyone who's into AI is a clinker or clanker or whatever. So they have their enemies that they can unite against, throwing flame war attacks against. But because you were not a right winger, and we found this out this week when socialist MMA Nick Cruz asked for people to debate him, and
Right.
when we said let's collaborate on a video stream together on the topic that you wanted to talk about, we will collaborate on, to which we were ignored, and the further we pressed just gets us blocked without even a polite response to say, I'm not interested in talking to you, fine gentlemen. So there was no conversation to be had because
Nobody fucking asked you, Dustin. He's
Yeah,
not
Dustin.
smart. He is
Yeah.
just eye candy.
I
He
eat
is
fi- I
there
eat fish from
to
a
be a piece
bag.
of fucking
I'm a
meat.
high value male who is just dumb
Two
and will do whatever
Bitcoin.
you want me to do.
Oh, Bitcoin.
I am malleable. Mold me in your hands, daddy. Bitcoin daddy. I don't accept bribes, but I do accept generous gifts for my love, affection, and attention. No feds. though, no
Bend
feds.
me, shape me any way you. Oh, that's great,
That's what I learned in church. I'm just a vessel.
man.
Sexy mate.
We're shopping for churches. We
Yeah.
are. We're looking for fellowship. It's not here. It's a struggle. It is.
Yeah.
Yes. Wins. Marcus is a Barbie girl living in a Barbie world.
I am a material girl living in a material world.
This existence is plastic. It's not fantastic.
Expand my consciousness however you deem it necessary to do.
And touch him everywhere.
Whatever drugs you need to drug
Is
me
that
with.
code for give me some drugs?
Come on, Alan. Let's go party.
Now you sound like the Count. It's getting closer to Halloween. Things are more haunted. And I see Christmas decorations up in Walmart. What's the deal with that? Is it the Nightmare Before Christmas?
You got like 2 weeks before it turns into the nightmare of actual Christmas.
Yeah.
Because these motherfuckers don't give a shit about Thanksgiving anymore. They're like, hey, you could be the mayor of Spooky Town, or you could be Jack the Pumpkin King of Christmas.
I think I'm ready to celebrate Hanukkah this year. So if there's a good Jewish family able to purchase me at the equivalent funds of a Charlie Kirk figure, I would be willing to visit your families in Israel. Would love to do that. I would love to spend
He's
some
tall.
time
He can light the menorah.
Israel. I love olives. I love olive oil. I love Eurovision. I love all of these things. I will celebrate Hanukkah. You can light me up like a candle. Pour wax all over my body. It'll be fun for the entire Jewish family.
He's apparently trading on the Swiss.
Kosher wax.
Kosher wax. We
Yeah.
can do bar mitzvahs, all the mitzvahs
Although if you are a kosher family, that's going to be 3 Bitcoin. We know you can afford it.
You know you can afford it. You are generous with your wealth. Appreciate that.
Don't insult us. And don't insult yourself. At least 3 Bitcoins.
At least 3 Bitcoins.
I don't kiss and
least
tell. It'll all remain private. However you want to do it. I know Steve has had a long night and he's ready to retire however he chooses to.
It's tough. It's tough wrestling with youngins
with short attention spans who don't remember anything you just
it's
said.
Interesting because it's a Peter Pan thing that happens, and that Peter Pan, we all suffered it, but most of us we were getting pussy by the time we were like 15, so we quit wanting to be little kids. And you see, especially in the left wing, like Radical Coder, one of the places you see him more is on Sarah Tomato's panel. You notice he'll sit there and play with toys. There's that AO Dave dude that has all the Transformers behind him, like a real heavy Peter Pan
figurines. They're figurines and they're metallic.
Everything happens in a vacuum. There's no connected events when you're a kid, and they have very childlike mindsets. And then also, the world's still a vacuum to them. Like they need to become an adult before things start becoming a bigger picture. It seems like I'm a real boy. Well, Steve and I got.
Go ahead.
Steve and I got a debate coming up this coming Monday on Sarah Tomato's channel, and it's going to be Steve and I against Marte and Rob Knorr.
Ryan won't be there unless you want him to be. So
Well, Ryan
Ryan
would probably be one of the first people on the after panel and angry because at the end of the day, the debate is which is worse for society, Destiny or George Floyd. It was Steve and I taking George Floyd. And at the end of the day, both of them are liberal figures. And so I fully expect that the liberal crowd is going to come in angry at both of us or all of us.
And I mean, they couldn't have given us a bigger gift.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm so grateful. And I want to put this out, and I hope it does reach both Rob and Marte. I can't thank you enough for the immense gift that you have given us, because your position is reduced to, I think online faggots are bad.
Yep. That's literally
Nobody disagrees with that, but there is a huge societal impact for decades over what George Floyd represents. And your moral fortitude that is contained into a tiny little construct of online back and forth, that you have somehow deluded yourself.
Oh, Marty's
into
in the
thinking
chat. He's saying he was
represents real life is going to bite you in the ass.
Marty's listening. I'm sorry, Marte is in the chat and he's responded. He's listening. He's ready for the debate.
I can't.
Words
I
have
can't
been
thank
heard.
you enough, man. You have been so generous, and I appreciate it. And I hope at some point you come to one of the live events that we throw.
Yeah.
The Third Eye Carnival. Show up.
We
We'll
can
even
disagree.
Put you on a panel. We'll
you'll
put
still
you
be our
on a
friend.
panel. You can hang out. We love you. We want you to be there. But you couldn't be more wrong or dumb in this moment, and I appreciate you for that. I do. Thank you.
I would try and temper what Steve was saying, but I heard you call us degenerates the other night, Marte, and my feelings are hurt. Degenerate.
Oh.
You called Steve and I degens.
The degens.
Oh, fuck.
I'm in a loving, happy, healthy, committed relationship, and I there's nothing degenerate about
I'm not.
what I do.
I'm ready to get degenerate. Come on.
I'm a grandpa with 8 grandkids that lives on a homestead and grows my own food and raises my own animals.
I can travel to Saudi Arabia.
But like,
I love the Middle East.
These
Let's
fucking
travel.
online kids are so far in their own delusion that anybody who isn't in their particular Discord chat is de facto a degenerate. Well, you're a fucking loser. Like, I don't know how to break it to you any other way. You're a
Biggest
fucking
winner
loser.
in a loser group and still be a loser, is what you're saying?
This is
You
gonna
can
be a
feel
fucking
like
good-
you're
this is gonna
winning,
be a
and I
fucking
hope you
good
are.
time.
I hope you're winning. I hope you're winning at life, but you're a fucking train wreck of an individual who can't even put two thoughts together
Are you
unless
talking about-
you
you
have
talking
a
about Ryan
fucking
or
bearded molester telling you that
Yes.
you have to think this
All of
way, you dumb fuck.
Steve is spicy tonight.
Every night.
It is kind of every night. Yeah.
It's every night.
It is. It is.
There's no more time for vanilla.
It's not
we
his
end the
fault.
phase.
He is done hooked up with the Mexicans, keeps sneaking the ghost peppers into his burritos.
Delicious.
All time.
He's elbows up all the time. Elbows up.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
You can't code your way out of this debate, Ryan. Facts.
Right, that's the other thing. Don't come at me
Feelings,
like you
feelings,
gay little Latina. I don't fucking care. I've dealt with worse.
Throwing shoes at you.
It's a spicy meatball.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if you don't know how to block a chancla,
Is that a new slur? How do you spell that?
just sit down.
A chunkla? Is that like a chungus? Is that like a coon ass? That's some miscegenation we're happening here. Are you race mixing words tonight?
Miscegenation.
You taking black people's words? and
Is you
Latinx
is
people's
or
words?
is you ain't my constituency.
Are we planning our strategies? Figuring out how to get through these debate circuits? Because I wasn't.
First
But
ones with the first one
That's the
coming up
authority.
for our team debate is Mr. Marte and Rob Knorr. And you gentlemen have been put on notice by Steve, sir.
it's been 1
The
year.
fire
so
is
it's
coming.
time.
The fire is coming.
1 year of deliberating dog-faced dudes finally crossed the 5K threshold on Balderson's channel. What are we, 501K now? So that's like 5,000.
Yeah, we crossed 5K and it just kept firing.
Yeah, so the skids are greased. Keep pushing further. Keep subscribing to the Degenerates the degenerate dog-faced dudes over here. I think we're gonna have to make that official. Own our degeneracy, apparently.
The Ortho Bros slather that on everything. No need to get offended.
Because we understand where morality originates, right? And we can argue that all day long. The moral high horse and moral high ground. Okay, but you still got to act like a decent person to yourself.
You know what's crazy? Before I jumped onto this live stream, I was taking part in a very, very like highbrow intellectual conversation regarding free speech with James Corbett and Ryan Christian, Derek Bros, and Hervoy Morick and Kit Knightley from Off Guardian and shit like that. And I went from that to this.
To racial matter
with no fucking lube.
To Mr. Racial Matter.
There was like no transitory period. I was like, all right.
So you're saying Ryan would take Rachel's last
each
name?
other about January 6th.
Now we're going to talk about a kid
Maddow.
that only has 4 years of politics in him.
No hyphen in the last name. It's just full on Maddow.
It was full nuts on the table. What you're just sitting there like, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna drop these right here. Yeah. Whereas right before they're like, oh yeah, no, it's your turn to talk. It's your turn to talk. No, we're all
goldfish memory.
Somebody finished the point, and then there was dead air.
I understand being a streamer, but then reading the chat while Steve is telling you what you need to respond to and then not having a response ready because you're reading chat. That's like some low attention thing. You got to focus, take notes, write things down, develop your point, Ryan, and then return to it. And, leave your chat room alone. They'll be fine. They'll still be there, not watching, not paying attention.
I don't think there's a debater on the lib side that isn't an ADHD kid that's fucking addicted to fucking Adderall. Right. I don't think that exists.
That's a fair point.
I think
they believe in science.
There's such denial going on. So much denial going on that side. Like to see Joe Biden
later, Steve. Saturday.
This guy. Later, Steve. To see Joe Biden and not think that he I wouldn't even hire that guy to pack groceries in a grocery bag because I don't think he could do it. And to think that guy could be the president,
he'll lick all the food items and then he'll rub your hairy legs.
Like, what kind of denial would you have to have? You would have to just give up any free thought, any discernment, and just believe whatever it is that you get told, or else your life doesn't make sense.
It has to be that vacuum.
Yeah.
So, in order for them to believe that Joe Biden was the people's minorities, blah, blah, blah representative, you have to not look at any of Joe Biden's history whatsoever. Because as soon as you open up Joe Biden's history, his only political achievement was authoring the 3 strikes laws and the mandatory minimums, which were horrifying on the minority communities. And the Clintons at the time, who were the ones who pushed for it to happen, were running around calling young black men super predators. And then before that, Joe Biden has extensive alignments with different white supremacist groups, and at one point is quoted for being against desegregation and stating it would only turn his kids' schools into jungles. So for you to then be able to say that he's the minority champion, the people's champion, and all that, you have to excise out his entire history and look at it in this vacuum that Steve was talking about.
What are you talking about? He was a champion for poor kids and for white kids.
Right.
Passed a lot of laws to support the unfortunate people at the expense of anybody else, but the poor, unfortunate people receiving their stimulus checks were in need of them, but we didn't get to the conversation about where is poverty originating.
Well, I don't think Biden
maintains
did any
poverty.
stimulus checks. That was all Trump, I think.
I think there
I
might
don't
have
think
been
Biden
some.
actually did any stimulus checks. Which
I don't
again,
know.
it has to be in a vacuum. Like during that, and these vacuums have gotten so short. Just like with the jibby jabs, when Trump was pushing it, all the Republicans were pushing it, and all the Dems were against it. You can go back and find videos of every major Democrat speaking against it, and how it was untested and unsafe and all this. And then Biden gets inaugurated, and it goes whoop as fast as that. Over fucking night, all the Dems are pushing it, and all the Republicans are like, I'd never get a jab again. They didn't say the again part, though.
Mm-hmm. Well, to get away from medical information, because that's still a sore spot for streams, the social safety nets and the stimulus checks and those types of
Well, like Steve didn't
programs.
tank this fucking stream anyways, like three
Well,
times with his TOSs.
Adobe Acrobats are terrible softwares that we don't want to have to talk about more than we already do. Understand that. Talking about the social safety nets that are for law-abiding Democrats only to benefit those types of families assumes that the other side already owns a business and already provides for the family. So the blue side, correct me if I'm wrong, they appreciate the social safety nets to give access to funds and the supplemental nutrition SNAP, whatever SNAP spells out, formerly called food stamps, getting money to people who need it to spend it in the way that they deem necessary. And now recently, I think Trump's come out to state that the SNAP aid can only be spent on certain fruits and vegetables and milks and proteins, and not on spicy Doritos and taquitos and certain junk foods and Coca-Colas and Monster Energy drinks. So to
I
then
thought that
rein
was
in
true always
90%
a
on
little bit.
depends
I
on where
guess
you're
maybe not.
shopping. It seems to
Yeah.
be that most of the Walmart employees are encouraged to apply for SNAP benefits because they are always seemingly available to. They meet the criteria to receive the
Poverty.
government
Yeah.
benefits. So
Like
that's
they
the
never
poverty.
work them full time.
Well,
They just keep them right
but
below
then,
that.
well, all the SNAP money, the social safety check net that they get goes back into the groceries into the Walmart. So then they're buying the Walmart
yeah.
groceries that they're already stocking themselves. So it just goes back into Walmart.
I know he ruined our social credit score. I had such a high one also.
Yeah. Now it's a little less high than it was before.
Yeah, Steve ruined when I don't get good social credits, I'm gonna blame Steve now. That's his fault.
It's all Steve's fault.
Profanity and homophobic slurs.
Homophobia.
Yeah.
Those slurs are flowing tonight. Get that coon ass.
It was spicy. It was
Steve
definitely
fatigue,
spicy.
man. How you guys feeling after that? I mean, Steve was just talking and talking. That Steve, are you suffering from Steve fatigue? What are we going to do about that? He just talks so much.
That was
I
great.
know he keeps showing up every Tuesday night, and we're using his StreamYard and we're broadcasting on his Rumble channel. But man, that's Steve fatigue, man. What are we going to do about that? He talks so much, a lot.
He's a
big
deliberator.
words.
Ruining my
I've
social
never
credit
read.
score. I was gonna have good things, and now I have to live out in the fucking wastelands because of Steve.
At least you
Blame
got
Steve.
your farm shorts.
That insurrection wouldn't have happened if Steve wasn't alive. I mean, in the area, walking around. I'm not saying we want to unalive him or anything. I'm just saying.
Steve fatigue is an ADL smokescreen.
Chat's been feeling it all night, especially Steve's chat on the Rumble.
Oh fuck!
They love to hate him more than anybody else does.
Oh fuck! That's hilarious.
Hard to manage all the different chats without having ADHD or any stimulants or Adderall tonight.
Uncle Patty's safe word is pumpernickel.
Faber Lignarius, I haven't checked my email yet just because I'm trying to focus on the stream, but I'll check it tomorrow morning.
Oh, Marte says we won't win this one. Good luck, though. We appreciate it, Marty.
Well, I guess there's a moral victory to be had, and there's a higher, correct, historical, significant victory.
You did call us degens. Call us degens on somebody else's show. It's okay, though. My feelings aren't hurt. I was playing.
Well, he hasn't even showed up to be degenerate with us. So he has that opportunity to do so once we plan some in-person events.
You said we're going to debate a couple of me and Rob Nora debating a couple of degens.
Well,
that's what you said.
Rob Nor. Okay. I don't know. What church does he go to?
I don't think he's Orthodox.
He's Catholic.
He's Catholic. Christy says he's Catholic.
Okay. Interesting. So then you guys are debating on which left
Steve
icon is worse.
agitator on January 6th.
Yeah. Pretty difficult. But now I think all the fighting is happening boots on the ground in Portland.
Dude, Portland's good. Dude, this is exactly what they wanted. Is that's the worst part about this for me, and this is the totality of what Steve was talking about, where there's a continuity, and the continuity is once they start taking this kind of control, they aren't going to give it up. Trump's going to be out of office in 3 years. I understand that there's all the Democrat conspiracy. Oh, he's going to try to be the President Z from China and be forever president. It's not going to happen. The last president who was that much of a controller, and the only one was Roosevelt, which like I told Ryan earlier in the debate when he was claiming Trump had the most executive orders. He don't touch Roosevelt. Roosevelt had a fucking ungodly amount of executive orders. Like everything that dude did was on executive order.
You know, when
what color did
Trump
Roosevelt wear?
What
What'd you say, Jim?
was that?
I was asking what
When-
color Roosevelt wore, and you were saying something else.
Yeah, it did not surprise me when Trump sent the National Guard into Washington, D.C. because Washington, D.C. is not a regular state.
Yeah, it's not
It's
state.
always
I
been
was hoping we were
military.
going to get to that. That's why I was asking him about maps and jurisdictions and like acreage and how big it was, and then the containment of the event on January 6th was in such a small area that
It's all on federal property.
it didn't spill out. It didn't cross out of DC. So District of Columbia being home to people who are active in the political process and federal agents. So citizens were bussed in, they walked over the border, they crossed in, and then they tried to go home. And they were like, well, no, we got to do some violence first. You got to take a tour of the Capitol building as you're corralled in, and the only way out is through, so they could get that all on video. And there's people that were just like, the look on their faces, I'm tired, I want to go home. They weren't kicking things over. They were just forced to walk through, queue up, walk through, and they're trying to get out. But they needed footage of it being filled up with people and bodies. I didn't see a whole lot of violence. Ryan kept saying violence, 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 violence against police officers. I didn't get to ask him about how violence is initiated by police officers more often than not. Right? Stop.
Yeah.
Don't run for me. Beat your head over. Get that coon ass. Racist police officer.
You're dying to get that word in.
I've said it 4 times, I think, tonight.
I know. You've just been dying to get it in there. It's hilarious. It's
I
like
learned a new slur, and I want to use it.
Paper word of the day. Cone ass.
To Pusa USA, get that coon ass over there. It's like words are not violent. They're silly and
you to eat
goofy.
crawfish? Somebody forced you to eat crawfish. You know what?
Yet, but are we getting offers? Are there offers to force feed me crawfish? I'll put anything in my mouth. You can hold it open.
Yeah, he's like Mikey from the Life cereal.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I love
Especially when
orthodontists.
Bitcoins are involved.
Oh man, shove a big fat Bitcoin down my gullet and make me chew on it for a while. Sure. That's exciting. I am so excited for the opportunities of traveling and going to Middle Eastern countries. Treating me like a woman in a Middle Eastern country. Boy, howdy, I love to be under your Sharia law Bitcoin daddy. Show me. Riyadh doesn't sound bad. Let's go. Take me there, please. Let me cross all of your borders together with you and yours.
Hi, Kimmy. You thought who was Kaufman?
I mean, if Ryan is going to be such a
No, that's
dude
Jim.
for the left, I'm going to outprosecute.
Jim's much sexier than Andy Kaufman.
Oh, thanks.
Professor Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
Of
Thank
the
you.
Jim University.
Well,
The
thanks for
speculative
inviting me to
spirit of
join. Yeah.
contemplation. So, how are those silver prices?
Yeah, talk about this money thing you got going on over here, Jim.
Well,
Dish out.
that's the whole thing. It's been kind of lots of stuff's been happening in the money world lately. It's just kind of fishy. There's a lot of fishy stuff going on. Let's see. So there was an executive order from Trump in 2020 where he made an executive order to advertise, to create a website to look for treasury bonds that were issued to people that haven't been claimed. And they said there was like millions and millions of dollars of these.
I remember that because I got like 3 different notices that I have unclaimed monies from places.
Yeah, so it was like pretty weird, and there were some people in the legal community, of tricky law bending folks that were doing funny stuff. Like they would take their birth certificate and take some of the numbers on the birth certificate and type that in as the account number for these, to search for these bonds. And they said that they were finding bonds, like everyone had these bonds for like $60,000 that were created like when you were born. And it was weird that Trump made this executive order to advertise this and to push it all out. And I just went today to look. I finally found my birth certificate. I was going to give it a shot. And
Sure. So is there a government website?
It's treasuryhunt.com is what the website is. But I just went there today, and today, September 30th, they took it down.
Oh,
they totally stopped this treasury hunt. It's like, we're sorry, but as of September 30th, 2025, treasury hunt will no longer be available. And if you want to search for your properties and your bonds, you have to go to each state has its own lost property like hunt system. And so there's a link. So you can go click on the link and go to whatever states you lived in and type in your name and see if you have property, but there's no reference to where you can find these bonds, these unclaimed bonds.
So how would someone have bonds? I remember filing taxes and receiving some of my tax return in form of a bond that would fight against inflation.
Hold on. Are these bonds all the times that you're a member of some utility co-op and they send you a thing that's like, you made $83 this year? We're not giving you $83, but you made $83 by being in our co-op. Like, and that all that money you never get, is that the bonds?
No, that's
like the fucking co-op still owes me money.
Those are available. And I went to that website and I found like 8 different things like that had money for me. And so I filled out all the paperwork, and I think I'm going to be getting some letters and maybe some checks. But it was like piddly stuff, like $25, but like $100, $10.
From Matthew Lesko, the missing money guy in the green jacket that looked like
Yeah.
the Riddler a little bit.
Looked like the Riddler. That was
No,
great.
that guy is awesome, but no, it's not the same thing. And bonds are a different story. Like the whole purpose of a treasury bond is to support the government, to pay for a war. You buy these bonds for $50 so that the company of the United States can get that cash right now.
Bringing back
They're like, we'll pay $1,000 in 25 years.
Well, that's
because
how
they don't
used to
care
fund everything rather than income taxes.
Yeah.
That's how they used to fund things.
So there's a lot of talk that, like the way that a company like Walmart, they take life insurance policies out on all their employees. That's like one of the reasons why they hire really old people. They take a life insurance policy and they make Walmart the beneficiary when this person dies. So they hire somebody in their 90s. They give them a job for, 2 hours a day, 2 days a week. And the guy works there for a couple of years and then he dies. And they get like $150,000 or $1 million, as the beneficiary for this life insurance policy. And I think that a lot of people believe that that's what the banking system does to us as American citizens. They bond and insure us through our Social Security card. And so like when you're born or when you would get a birth certificate reissued, they would issue the government would issue itself a bond in your name saying like, okay, we're gonna send the government $50 out of that we just created out of thin air from the Federal Reserve, because that way the federal government gets some money to spend on some stuff, and then eventually that bond will mature in 10 years. And you being the person it was issued to, you can claim that money because it's actually yours. But if you don't know,
when the money is claimed, is it removed from circulation?
No, it sits in an account. I mean, there's bonds from like 150 years. I think I think after a while it drops off, but if you can prove that the person who the bond was issued to, you need like a death certificate and then some paperwork that says that you're the relative of this person, and you can actually claim bonds from your ancestors. But anyway, I wanted to try this thing out and see if there was
treasury hunt.
Treasury hunt, yeah. And so there's no access to these bonds anymore. They're just gone. Like they made a big deal about
access from the internet to the database available.
Yeah, it's like as of today, those unclaimed bonds have disappeared.
Is this the end of the third quarter?
They've been claimed by somebody. I think it's the end of our corporate United States of America. I think we've been insolvent for so long, and they've just been pushing this ball up a hill. And
third quarter ended September 30th, 2025. So today's the end of the third quarter of 2025. Now with fourth quarter is October 1st to December 31st. So we're in the fourth quarter of 2025.
Well, it's basically a Ponzi scheme. And a Ponzi scheme, you make a shit ton of money when you first start it. And as you go, you're taking money from right now, and then you're promising to pay later. And as long as you got people coming, giving you money, then you can pay later and continue to grow, like huge growth. But the Ponzi scheme always falls apart once the ability of income plateaus, it collapses, and you don't want to be stuck holding the bag. And the United States has gone through this blast and then collapse a few times.
Well, it has to with Keynesian. As soon as we switched to Keynesian economics, that's inevitable.
Yeah, it's a greedy banker. It's the model, so people can just make as much as they can, just enrichen themselves, and then walk away from it when it collapses, and then they start all over again from scratch. And I
That
have a
was
theory
part of
that
pulling off the gold reserve was allowed. That's what allowed this to happen.
I have
Where
a link here.
yes,
when we got pulled
Treasury-
off the gold reserve, then now they can make money into what they want, and so then it goes through these boom and bust periods that the gold reserve would stop, because the problem with the gold reserve is you can't buy a bunch of things above and beyond what your country can pay for with your money. You can't devalue your money like that, because $1 equals $1 worth of gold. When we switched this Keynesian economics, we're
debt.
able to do now this fractured reserve system where we don't really have to have shit, and we can get a whole bunch without anything to back it.
So there's
basically,
some
it's
information
a
on the
federal.
website, treasurydirect.gov, and they talk about how as of September 30th, 2025, the Treasury Hunt with the registered R tool is no longer available. The development was made under the Secure Act 2.0, which changes how individuals find and claim unredeemed or matured Treasury securities. It says what's changed, where to search. To search for unclaimed Treasury securities, visit unclaimed.org, which is the official resource run by the National Association of Unclaimed Property Administrators. So you need a full legal name, state of residence, and the relevant documentation of proof.
And definitely, I recommend everybody go put your name in and check it out, because I searched my name, some family members, and everybody has money that they don't realize from stupid accounts and all kinds of stuff. Like if you've lived places, rented a house, chances are that you've got some money there. Not a lot, but it's these little bits of money that are what they're calling the unclaimed treasury property. But in no way anywhere on those websites do they give you a path to look up unclaimed bonds, or bonds at all aren't even mentioned anymore.
So question here then, at that point, if you're going to do this method for claiming this, are they going to require you to have the latest real ID to then verify your identity?
You just put your name in, you put your social you put your name in, and then they hunt by name, like every state that has your name or very similar names.
They'll show the listings,
all these claims, and you can choose them and say, like, oh, I used to live in that state, and the address is like
that this belongs to me, and then you begin.
You can just say, I claim it, and then at the end, all the things that you claimed, you say, I claim it. You know, this is the truth. Make an X, and then you give them your social security number. And then they're like, okay, well, we'll get back to you. You know, you give them your address so that there's a place for them to send
let
it.
Let them know that you're going to spend all the money at Walmart exclusively, and
you know,
process.
We will give you a Walmart gift card.
If you're just going through clicking boxes, the very bottom box says, I want to share my money with the Treasury Department. And so, like, if you're just clicking boxes, you won't even see it. But it's there.
Right. I want to donate my organs to science. I'm an organ donor.
So I was looking for these treasury bonds, and another thing changed today or in the last week. The U.S. Treasury, there was another executive order. I guess it was a month ago or 3 months ago. It was in March. Changing the whole system of the way that they use finances. And it's pretty much moving to a searchable, secure, digital monetary system. They don't say crypto, but they say it's totally monitorable. You know, they can follow everything. They can recreate it on their own computers, and they have total control. And if you read the executive order, there's a lot of stuff about, it'll help fraud, and it'll help us give the money faster. Like, you'll get your money right now. But it's another factor of the dollar system maybe disappearing.
And what does this have to do with January 6th?
So, well, it could be that there is an actual insurrection going on right now that we don't know about it. Anything like anything that is called an insurrection is not an insurrection. It's like Dave.
Dude, they truncated the word to where almost anything fits it. If you read what a definition of an insurrection is now, it's literally almost any
attempted murder.
Like literally a protest against the government's an insurrection at this point.
If I attempt to murder someone and I'm accused of attempted murder, I am basically a murderer, right, at this point. So if I attempt to do an insurrection and I fail, I am still an insurrectionist, right? Is that what we're saying? I'm still an insurrectionist. I attempted the insurrection. The insurrection, whether or not it's a success or failure to overthrow the peaceful transfer of power to a new president, doesn't matter, but the insurrection still happened because there was an insurrection. So who are the insurrectionists, and are they 275 federal agents that were identified as the confidential human sources?
The insurrection was not a natural thing. It was a show. It was a theatrical play that was set up. The possibility, the opportunity for it to happen was put in place by a lot of work, and they were thinking that the conservative people would go mad nuts rioting like all of the Antifa people do when they have a chance to be anonymous, put masks on their face.
They wanted the armed and dangerous conceal and carry guys to start firing.
Yeah, but they're not like that. They're not crazy. They're in touch with their rational brains. They're not like living under this thumb of authority where they know everything that they live in and believe in is wrong in their heart, but they have to acknowledge that it is the truth. It's really what they tell me, because if they let that break, then their whole world would go upside down. That's why that kid, believed the story, the like news story of the 6th, because if you start asking questions, then you're saying, okay, well, these authorities that I put my trust in, they might not be right. And then these news articles that I read, those might not be right. But then now what do I believe? Where do I find my compass? Who is going to tell me what the truth is? Like, am I going to have to figure it out myself? Like, I don't trust myself.
If the truth is written by the orange guy in office, then it's not the truth at all, because he's a bad guy. So
because he's a bad guy. Right. So you have to like go down years and years of like go back in time years and years to where you became a free thinker, where you decided to trust yourself, where you looked and saw that things people tell us aren't true. And what my eyes see is different than what everybody at school tells me the thing is. And you can deny that and try to get along and not feel weird, or you can be like, this is bullshit. And then you become on the path towards a free thinker. That's why Steve had so much to say about everything, because it's not just so simple as the story is January 6th. And then what's your story?
The story is only January 6th. We can only talk about January 6th. Yeah. Any additional information is a waste of my time. Where's my fidget spinner? Where's my vape?
January 6th is not just what the news said. There's all kinds of background for before and after it that are the reasons why it happened. I mean, if you're going to look into it and figure out,
it was a very isolated event that was a tiny flame that got snuffed out very quickly and then went nowhere, and it didn't produce more violence. It did not produce more violence. It stopped.
You know that clone, Dave Chappelle?
Yeah,
like the real Dave Chappelle died, or he went to
he got malaria.
Whatever happened to him? The new Dave Chappelle, this guy came back and he's all buff and he's touring around doing all these Netflix specials. And he every single time he's on stage, he wears a shirt that says Chappelle on the arm of it.
Right.
So like he looks different. He sounds a little bit different. His ears are shaped different. He's got a little bit different voice. He's not funny.
He's not as black.
Not as black.
She's not funny.
But it says Chappelle on his shirt. And it kind of Dave Chappelle. That's him.
White.
Like if you didn't believe it, if you started to doubt it, just seeing that subconsciously on a shirt that says Chappelle is going to make you, it's going to seal the deal and be like, okay, well, it's obviously Dave Chappelle. That's Dave Chappelle because it says it on a shirt. Nobody else would have a shirt that says Chappelle. But like, why would you wear a shirt with your own name on it? Number one, like who wears a shirt every time they go out, every time they tour that has their own last name on it, unless you're trying to convince somebody of something. And if
you're
they're
an
calling
athlete, you wear a
if
jersey
they're
with your
calling
last
it,
name on it.
yeah, well, that's different because
I got my name in the tag in my clothes, so that way I know it's my shirt.
Your name Calvin Klein?
Yeah.
yeah, but you don't wear a shirt so people know that you're Balderson.
You're Tommy Hilfiger. I know it. Your shirt says so.
Like even if you went on vacation for 2 years and you came back, we would know it's
Donna
you.
Karen.
You wouldn't need to say
You're from
Balderson.
New York. You're Donna Karen, and you're from New York. Wow.
You'd see your farm shorts.
Right.
But that's what the insurrection is. It was called an insurrection, so people think it's an
Remember
insurrection.
White Dudes for Harris? Remember
But
those
for that
guys?
250 feds thing to mean anything, you have to then pound home the story where we have proof that feds are usually the in many cases studied, the overwhelming majority actually, feds are the ones that head these domestic terrorism groups.
Sure. And Ryan was saying even if they were federal agents, they still took their marching orders from Donald Trump, who told them to fight like hell to preserve their democracy. So he's still convinced that Donald Trump was the instigator of the insurrection, who used coded messages to incite violence.
Disingenuous to take the fight like hell, because that's just something like every politician
again,
says.
you got to be a little bit disingenuous to tell a little bit of the lies to then have the bigger noble truth emerge.
How do you back up something?
Liberals are willing to be flexible in their morality and their truth-telling, their fact-finding missions to find information and statistics that apply to their cause only, but then they will ignore any information that a Republican provides to them.
And space is real because NASA. And the Earth isn't flat because
we didn't get into that because that's conspiracy land, and we don't wear tinfoil hats in this chat tonight. Facts only.
Well, the reality of the world is that there are facts, and then there's the things that a lot of people believe.
Alex Jones has fashioned his facial hair in such a way where it doesn't extend to cover his full top lip. It only goes under shadow under his nose. Is he making a point about a little man from a little Austrian country who tried painting and failed to be a successful painter? Alex Jones is got the Hitler mustache. He is
a boxcar now.
Yep.
It's pretty stylish.
Somebody
it is practical.
The boxcar back.
He's memeing himself.
That an entire mustache style is dead because of one person.
There are people that absolutely hate him, and anything he talks about, they hate everything he says. So Alex Jones will talk about insurrection on January 6th and provide the actual information direct from the documents, and people will still say, because
Charlie Chaplin don't count for nothing. He had a boxcar.
Absolutely. It's a practical mustache. You know, you can wear your gas mask. It seals. You can blow rails of cocaine off of the eyes, and it doesn't get in your nose.
Yeah.
There's a reason why Alex Jones does it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a character arc. He's playing the villain now.
He's somebody's bad guy.
They're not going to let him be a hero and a moral high ground person who has no bad history. He's got a whole deposition where he's had to reveal some unsavory details about his life. Wasn't he just reinstated to YouTube and then they took him down again?
Did they?
Yeah.
Well, that's theater. That's
it is. It absolutely is. Right.
He's the created bad guy for the people that trust the story, and he's
When someone purchases a ticket to the political theater by casting a ballot and voting and donating and being active in, democratic convention process, whatever that is, to be a bleeding heart liberal and to love that identifier and ideology means you are sitting in the theater and loving the show. You are in the immersion, and anybody who tells you what has happened and where it's going and how the story ends is a dirty, nasty, rotten spoiler. And they're spoiling it and ruining the immersion.
That's right. And there's two sides to that immersion. There are two polarities, and the other side of the immersion, which is the same, is Joe Rogan. You know, you got SoundCloud, you listen to Joe Rogan, he's the other voice, the other side that's handed up on a silver platter for you to listen and take the free thinkers like where you want them to go.
Controlled opposition.
Controlled opposition.
Opportunists. They take the opportunity to control the scenario. And do you remember our little pseudo debate about simulation theory that we had?
Yeah.
And they were all like, oh, simulation theory, like the Gnostics and the Matrix movie. So that's a future level where AI has created a simulation and we're all plugged into VR goggles and we're living in, like a virtual video game. And I'm like, well, that is one easily recognizable idea, an example of a simulation theory. And I was saying, well, we live on simulation upon simulation upon simulation upon simulation. Our financial system, we were just talking about, is a simulation of an economy. We are participating in a simulation of an economy. So when we get stimulus checks, that's part of the simulation of the economy that we accept as being more real than the real economy. The bank account statement we get is more real than the gold we go and pan ourselves or the sourdough bread we make and try to sell.
That's fucking hilarious. Did you know I was holding this?
Brain horns.
Brain horns.
Bring back.
Is that gold?
While he said that, I was just for no reason I'd picked up my one of my jars of gold and was looking at the gold nuggets in the
Actual gold
flashlight.
nuggets, actual value, actual wealth.
Actual yes, value.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is the gold itself a level of simulation? To believe that gold is value, that's a level of simulation.
My prediction is the dollar is tanking. It's not going to be worth anything. It'll just keep going down and keep going down. Everything else is going to get way more expensive. And we have to figure out another way out to play this game. Because
it don't take much to make an ounce of gold, and that $3,800 an ounce.
Oh, it's insane. It's insane, and it's going up and up right now. Like, don't buy any right now. It's probably at the top. I'm kind of thinking it's going to go down next year.
I don't think so. As long as the dollar's in jeopardy, the gold's not going to go down.
Spectators to speculation. People
like anytime the dollar loses its credit, people quit believing in the dollar. Gold spikes hard, and it never goes back down. Really.
Do we remember interest rates? We talked to
interest rates go down when gold goes up. Interest rates go down typically.
Yeah,
that's not happening now. Interest
what
rates
happened in our Bitcoin debate?
Sky high.
What happened in our Bitcoin debate? The guy we debated basically said, Bitcoin good. It went up. I made more money. Good, more value. It's good. My point was, it might be good for this period of time for some people. But what happened when the email address on the Bitcoin website was Gavin's, and Gavin got invitation to CIA and In-Q-Tel, and they said, give us a presentation. Come on down and give us a presentation about Bitcoin at CIA in Q-Tel. At that point, what do you have to say to respond to that? I don't know. I don't care. Bitcoin went up. It was good. I made money. People give me Bitcoin. Bitcoin good. Well, what does the role of In-Q-Tel and CIA having an interest very early on, before it ever went up to 1,000. This is probably when it hadn't even reached $100 on Bitcoin to USD exchange. It hadn't even reached that level, and CIA and Intel said, "How can we exchange money across borders pseudo-anonymously? Tell us, Gavin. Give us the presentation, Gavin. You're here giving us a presentation, Gavin. Tell us all about this Bitcoin protocol, Gavin. In-Q-Tel, CIA, you're very welcome here." And he was like, "Well, I have to go. I have to show up. I have to present. My name and picture is on the website. I'm the guy maintaining the code base right now." To which our debate opponent probably didn't even know that ever happened, hadn't even seen the video. So how can someone with little knowledge of the history of Bitcoin even care? They don't need to know the history of the thing. They just need to know that it works and number goes up on the chart, gives them more
Bitcoin
value.
good.
Bitcoin good for that. I don't have bad Bitcoin experience, therefore Bitcoin good. And I said, well, it's good for now, but where does it lead us? And now we're saying CBDCs.
Yeah, which brings up the topic of silver.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw that they've got a new Samsung has created a revolutionary new battery, and it's mostly silver. It's like 80 or 90% silver that make up this battery, but it's so revolutionary. It will charge 80% in like 9 minutes, and they could make cars.
Which is insane.
Super insane. But like it would be like 5 or 6 grams of gold per battery. So if you had a car that ran on these batteries,
at $4,000 an ounce, 5 or 6 grams of gold. What fucking? That's what, like 150 a fucking ounce, and the ounce is 32 grams for gold because it's in a troy ounce is 320 plus 160 is 480.
480 for a gram of gold. So they said it would take one car would take 1 kilogram
Oh,
of
that's
silver
not right.
to make the batteries for one of these silver battery cars. And if they did that, then they would the price of silver would jack up tons and tons. I mean, right now it's about $40 an ounce of silver.
Sure.
I was looking at some predictions.
The purpose of that is to
Pay $112 a gram. So just in gold, that'd be like $560 in gold just for that battery.
For people who buy
Yeah.
silver and hold silver, it goes up. Good for them. They're not selling it; they're buying more as it goes up. Hoarding.
Yeah.
It. Keep your
And you
bags
can't do
closed.
anything with it.
Spend it. Don't spend
Like,
it. So it doesn't stimulate a simulated economy when people are hoarding wealth.
I've got a silver coin, but like when I need to pay my power bill, what am I going to take this coin to the pawn shop and sell it? Like, no, I want to keep it because it's an investment.
Right.
What am I going to do with it? I'm just tying up my possibilities with that money, holding a coin and hoping that it goes up and that it's valuable someday. But when are you going to want to sell it? You know, like it might be better to just have stuff, you know, livestocks.
Well, it's holding it until you are depleted of other resources, and then you're forced to sell because you need the money. And that's, you know, chat was giving examples of real estate and having to pay probably property taxes to keep the estate in a receivership or a conservancy, like whatever the legal terminology that stuff is. It's like you're not owning property when you have to continuously pay property taxes.
You're basically renting it.
Right.
And like if you buy a house for $100,000,
right,
but it's a 30-year mortgage, you're paying like $750,000, maybe $1 million, maybe more than $1 million for that house.
Right.
the sale price was $150,000, and
Mhm.
it's these bankers that are making all the money. You know, the
Right.
fractional reserve banking, like Ben was talking about. If I have $10 and I put it in the bank,
When
the
Steve
banker,
asked the January Sixers why they were there, none of them said because money is expensive and I can't get enough of it to get ahead. No one was there for financial reasons. If there's been a gathering of people concerned about the economy, it's been quickly squashed. Occupy Wall Street, remember that?
oh yeah,
Tim
That's never happened.
or Tim Bally Boy. That's
Tim
where he got his
Pool,
fucking
Tim
big name.
skateboarder. He rode a skateboard into a park, set up a tent, started live broadcasting. That was really when live broadcasting took off. It was what the third generation. Had we gotten 4G cell phones at that point in 2008? Because I remember
No.
some cities were starting to get 4G LTE software with phones to stream live video began to go online, and more people had them. So during the January 6th event, when the cell phone towers were jammed, so Wi-Fi signals, cell phone signals could not send or receive in that property, I think that might have also happened on January 6th at some point when the people of New York City, was it the governor and the sheriff or the police chief, basically had to come up with a plan to get rid of the squatters from the parks in New York City, and it had spread to other cities. So other cities were copying the Occupy Wall Street protests, and at that point, the copycats were probably provocateurs to begin it, to control it, to squash it, and then to let the steam out, and then the action went nowhere. It just, they had a cuddle puddle, they hugged, they exchanged MySpace account information, and then went their separate ways. And some people went to jail. Some people had their stuff taken, and they went and they were locked up for a little while because they were trespassing. And then they wrote new laws to prevent public gathering peacefully in public parks.
the whole protesting thing is idiotic and pointless. Like, do you think the banks, the 1% cared, gave a shit that these guys are protesting and
But
living
it's
out
feelings.
on a Wall
It's,
Street? Do you
it's
think
an
they
expression
care?
of feelings.
Dude, the best part was they weren't even protests. Remember, they were like, that was during that little weird era of silent protests where they literally sat on their hands and didn't say anything.
Well, they did that, and then the Bitcoin white paper is published, and then Bitcoin comes out in like 2009. So Occupy Wall Street, people are upset about the finances, the white paper is ready, boom, Bitcoin. I remember when the Bitcoin white paper dropped, and all the nerds were talking about it, and they're like, well, what do? Well, you run software on your computer, and you leave your computer on, and it gets really hot with your CPU, and it gets really hot. So buy a faster computer, and then you can mine more with the software. And then it got to the point where people in their own homes could not use existing computer hardware to mine for Bitcoin anymore. They had to join pools and build faster computer like objects to mine the Bitcoin. And then it became a business where you had to have more capital to get more graphics cards on racks in big cold warehouses to be a legitimate miner. And then it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and the price went up to $100,000 one Bitcoin USD.
So
Giant
when
energy
you're,
sucks.
when you're mining Bitcoin, are you just selling or loaning your computer to somebody else's system so they can steal your processing power to do whatever sentient world simulation or department?
I brought that up.
We've never been able to figure out what the algorithms that it's supposedly figuring out are
It cannot be wasteful and provide value. So it has to be breaking encryption, doing denial of service attacks, running Cloudflare. It has to be doing a lot of distributed cloud computing. We're told that it's all like Amazon servers. I don't know. Is it?
It's a control. It has to be. I mean, the way everything is modeled, they're going to use.
And it's
you're
not
gonna,
just Bitcoin.
You're going to sell your computer, and they're going to use your computer against you. You know,
the Ethereum network is competing against Bitcoin. The Monero network. There are other coins that are competing against Bitcoin, all doing distributed cloud computing, algorithmic mining, serviced things that didn't exist before Occupy Wall Street.
Well,
So they
there's the
offered that
Quinn
as a
Michaels.
solution, and it was a worse solution.
There's the Quinn Michaels theory about what's actually going on is that the AI became sentient years ago, and the AI created this whole idea of bit mining, and they created the Bitcoin, and they set it up, and like it's supporting itself. The AI is using you to make it more powerful and more have more control over reality, and you don't know that you're using your computer to run this Bitcoin to take over control over you, but that's what could be going on.
Well, most people using Bitcoin today, they're not running a full node. They don't have the full blockchain database on their personal hardware. They're using other wallets that connect to other servers to make it easy for them to exchange it. So that's where consumers on the low end are not controlling the mining or the networks at all. So after Occupy Wall Street, people complained about the financial system and the housing crisis, and then they were talking about the college loan bubble. As soon as they started talking about the college loan bubble, then they were shut up and told to go home. The solution offered was Bitcoin. They built Bitcoin, they battle tested Bitcoin, and now Bitcoin leads to blockchain, central bank digital currency, the CBDC, and stablecoin. So President Trump, reelected, creates Trump coin and Melania coin and changes legislation to define what a Bitcoin is, and continues with American development of cryptocurrency and financial technical solutions for world markets. So
Yes.
America can be number one in that. And
I
now you're
think
talking
that's
about silver
happening
prices.
right now.
Silver prices being what people are purchasing as they're selling their digital assets. They're buying back into silver, and then the batteries make demand for silver, so silver price goes up.
Well, those batteries would severely change the silver price, because now silver would have heavy industrial applications.
And silver
The
price goes up.
super wealthy have been hoarding silver for years and years. That's something I've heard on and on and on, is that the most wealthy people, they don't buy gold, they buy silver. And they could have had this technology for silver batteries already for a long time, but now is the time where they're like, we're going to make it, because it will artificially drive the silver prices up. And they've already hoarded all the silver. You know, they're going to just get more filthy rich than they already are.
Jeffrey,
selling it back to us.
The land of Chem, do you have videos on silver? He's in chat saying we have handsome faces.
What's up, you stud, Jeffrey?
Yeah, what's your MOS? What's your POV? What's your number?
I was 153rd Battalion Paratrooper Ranger Recon Green Beret.
Sage.
That's my MOS.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Never shows his face, tells us he was in research and development, can't talk about projects and research and development to civilians, pulls rank, doesn't have an MOS, then leaves bitterly defeated by ballers who ask one simple question.
You talk shit in the chat.
Prove that you are who you say you are.
What was his name?
And then he leaves. SAGE. Sage. Saga.
What a wise name.
Get his coon ass. Knock it down. No MLS. No problem.
Proton pack flux capacitor research development.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't even have clearance for that. You have to be higher ranked than me to talk about it.
88.
Oh.
Is this a Roman salute when you stick your hand out like this? Have we seen any more of those lately? I mean, our guy earlier was so interested in fascism and talking about fascism and all the powers of fascism that he wanted to give Democrats more power to be more fascistic in their
right. Yeah, both sides are equally fascist. They both want a dictator that can enforce whimsical rules. When Joe Biden fucking writes executive orders, they're awesome. When fucking Donald Trump does, they're horrible. When fucking Obama wrote them, they were great. When Bush wrote them, they were horrible. So on and so forth. Well, fucking maybe quit letting people write executive orders, and then we don't have this problem.
How much silver does Benjamin Balderson need to shave his beard?
Oh, so very, very, very much.
Mm-hmm.
So very much. Yeah, tonnage.
For this much.
Tonnage.
More than he can carry in his hands.
More than I can carry. We're gonna have to get like mythical story with this shit. Like
throne of silver,
Baron Munchausen. Where like I'm gonna have to get a guy that can carry as much as like the world on his back.
Yeah.
An equal weight of all the weights of all your cats of silver.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Would be a lot.
And even I don't know how many cats I have, so that's you don't even know. I don't even know who this cat is. Who the fuck?
Our cat earlier, our guest earlier, probably was not going to get into a conversation about symbols and meanings of words, and January 6th being a feast day of what was the feast day? I don't even know if he has a favorite Christian band.
Oh, I'm glug-a-lugging.
Yeah, check the battery.
What's the traditional feast on January 6th?
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't even get into that.
I'd be curious about.
It's the Feast of Annunciation.
Is this
this is the Theotokos?
A Christian?
Christianity. Yeah.
Is there a Judeo feast as well, or was this back when they overlapped? Like I've been looking at old Bibles.
Right. So what does your Bible say? Does it have a calendar in it?
No, my Bible doesn't have a calendar, but I was looking at some. I wish I had $1,000 because there are some Bibles on eBay that are from like 1600, and they have.
I said Annunciation. It's Epiphany. I keep forgetting that January 6th is the date of Epiphany.
Epiphany.
What is an Epiphany? A Christian feast, public holiday in some countries, also called Baptism of Jesus, Three Kings Day, Little Christmas, Theophany. There's equivalent Muslim holidays as well, it looks like. Maybe there's some water baptism happening, putting chalk on the door, house blessing, star singing. Baptism of Jesus in Western Christianity, commemorating the adoration of the Magi with subordinate commemoration of the baptism of Jesus. So what I was going to get into but did not have time, and it doesn't relate to January 6th insurrection, is the fact that it is an established religious feast day having significant religious symbolic meaning for question mark. What does that have to do with January 6th? The
Epiphany?
Calendar. Why did they have an insurrection on the 6th? Why did they try to stop the steal on 6th? It's the Feast of Epiphany.
Epiphany. What's an epiphany?
What is an epiphany? Boing, light bulb goes off. I think I just had an epiphany on January 6th.
Whose epiphany was it on January
Epiphany,
6th?
Tiffany, what's her name?
Was it Destiny's Taint?
Destiny's Taint. Destiny's Child, but they're childless, so it's Destiny's Taint.
I swear to God, what kind of dude names himself Destiny? He chose that shit on purpose on his own.
A bisexual. Yeah.
Did you just name yourself a cheap hooker name? The fuck is wrong with you?
There's
Like,
a guy
are
that
you
calls
just
himself
put off a
Patrick.
purple-
Patrick Devine is a guy that I'm pretty sure he's a Fed, but he has all these like classes on that he like does these calls every week and teaching people how to like, disassociate from their birth certificate name and how to like do all kinds of weird stuff that is just silly and nonsensical. And he calls himself Patrick Devine. Like if you're gonna come up with a name for yourself, like that's got to be the biggest like poke in the chest. Like Patrick Devine, that's just ridiculous.
Weirdos.
It's not ridiculous enough in this day and age. You got to be more extreme. Destiny, does he still stream? He played
Oh,
what,
yeah.
a computer game?
Yeah, but
He got involved in it.
he's really falling quick. Like his group of people is heavily distancing themselves from him. Like his closest orbiters are pushing away and taking a more centrist position, realizing that the shit that Destiny's saying is just too far and it's unhinged, and doing it in a time when.
Did he get big really fast?
No, he took a while. He took time, his time to grow and everything, but what happened was the dude's a degenerate. He really is. And he was in an open relationship with his wife. And then it turns out that he was like basically using his fame consistently to bang girls and
boys,
not being discerning of it.
And boys too.
And boys. And not being discerning with the people, including he had an affair with some right-wing chick that was also married. Yep. So he's just an absolute sexual degenerate. Well, his wife ends up leaving him, and he like has a mental breakdown over it. And
many breakdowns, many.
Yeah. That next thing you know, that was when the Trump assassination was happening. Was pretty much the height of his mental breakdown. And he's back at it. So he was at a height of it. He went and said some real horrible shit. Said that guy that firefighter that got killed deserved it for being at a Trump rally, blah, blah, blah. Real unhinged shit, right? And then he seemed to dial back just a little bit. And it seemed like he was maybe backing off the Adderall, because when you watch that guy talk, he looks like them Canadian puppets from South Park, where their mouth
jaws going
side the whole time. Mm-hmm. And his mouth wasn't doing that so badly. And now he's right back at it, and he's out there saying, Charlie Kirk deserved it, and that he's not going to say that the left wing needs to tone it down until Trump says that the right wing needs to tone it down.
And that applies directly to the rhetoric of January 6th, because this idea that words are violence and someone can sit at home from a computer posting to social media telling other people to go and kick down doors. And I asked a very direct question. I asked Ryan, I said, how do you think the Capitol building felt in that moment when those bad men kicked down doors and trespass and put their feet on desks? How do you think the building felt on that day? And he's like, meme question. No, it's a real question. Do you have empathy for the building, for the historical significance of the marble floors and those red ropes and the gallery and the art on the wall and the vases, the pottery and the history of the building and the process?
Well, luckily they already had funding to worked in from the
right. The building's like, tear me down and give me a makeover. I'm ready to refresh and get a new paint job, get some new doors.
John Stewart never talked about how the building felt.
Right. How did the building, and also the Twin Towers, how did you think they felt when they were falling to the ground? How do you think they felt when they were empty and people weren't using them anymore? And they were like, "Oh, you're an old tower."
It's not like we're going to make Larry Silverstein rich.
Right. How do you think Building 7 felt when it didn't get any attention on that day?
I know when he was talking shit about 9/11 conspiracy theorists.
Right.
I didn't want to derail the debate anymore, and it was already going sideways. And I was like, 3 buildings fell that day.
It was more fun to be had, but we were conservative in our pushing and memeing, as Ryan called it, memeing. We weren't memeing. We were asking basic questions to get a sanity check on him to see, Ryan, how do you feel the building felt? And are you able to feel the empathy of the building that was trampled upon that day? The building.
Think about how the terrorists felt who were identity theft victims on 9/11, and IDs were used as the terrorists on the airplanes, and they were just alive, minding their own business back in the Middle East.
I'm in Pakistan. What is your problem? I am not there.
Yeah. And Osama bin
Like an
Laden.
Indian accent. That's
how do you
not
think
at
he
all a
felt?
Pakistani accent.
How did Osama bin Laden feel when his picture was all over U.S. media for the wrong reasons?
If he actually existed, from what I hear, it was actually
Well,
Obama this whole time, dressed up as Osama.
Everything is wasted because we haven't released the Epstein list yet.
That is a super
There is
weird
a list, and we haven't released it.
that the Barack Obama and Osama bin Laden was super weird, and then it was Barack Hussein Obama.
Yeah,
We had Saddam Hussein, and that's all just way too weird.
it's all political theater and weird symbols. Symbols will be the downfall. That's too much like Q. Nope. Conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat, crumple it up.
You definitely hit mainstream at the exact right time to really set in the conspiracy.
In Q tell, Q anon, Bitcoin. It's like these things are not mysteries. They lead back to themselves. They insist upon themselves. It's not a tinfoil hat conspiracy. It's deductive reasoning. Well, who could it have been? It can't be these people, so it leaves us with these people. Deductive reasoning. We were trying to use deductive reasoning to determine if the January 6th event was, in fact, a true insurrection. And if it was a pretty tiny one and very disappointing. And I hope there's more explosions.
The tiniest.
When they make the movie, I hope there's more explosions. I hope there's more black helicopters.
In reality, there was like 200 people in the bad zone. 200? That's an insurrection?
That's a militia. Was that a militia? Were they all armed? Did they have pitchforks and flames and tiki torches? Because when there was a rally in Carolina, and they had a Unite the Right rally, and they had tiki torches and they're marching, was that also an insurrection?
And the Proud Boys had guns back in some room somewhere. Why weren't they in the building when the building fucking got broken into?
Right. So if Trump is a bad president, he created an insurrection. He can't be president anymore. Then he's not a real president. So then we have to impeach him, right? Is that the whole
that's
goal?
The reason that they hold on to this insurrection thing so hard, because if anybody actively involved in an insurrection can never hold office again.
I don't think Ryan was able to say that. We were dancing around. We were like, say the word, Ryan, say the word. Say that in your own words, Ryan. The reason for the insurrection is so you can impeach the president and then put in a Democrat and feel better about it.
Which is not how that works. It would not put in a Democrat. And during the last cycle, even, I was like, you guys realize that's not how this fucking works. Like,
no.
If the president gets taken down, it doesn't go to a new election. Like, then there's an order of it's vice president, secretary of state, blah, blah, blah.
So you guys, are there other insurrections? Are there other events that were actually an insurrection that happened in history? Have insurrections happened before?
Well, we were going to get
into it. If we apply today's definition, yes.
Yes, I agree. But are there any events that were actually insurrections that have happened in the past? Any recorded history events?
We were going to talk about that, but we're told it wasn't relevant and to move along.
Are there any that are called the blah 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 insurrection? Do any of the real actual insurrections have the word insurrection in the name?
Rebellion, isn't it? Like the Whiskey Rebellion and shit like that.
But it's not the whiskey insurrection.
No, it's the rebellion.
Yeah, I don't think that anything called insurrection is actually an insurrection.
It's Epiphany feast day celebration.
It's Epiphany
in the Capitol building. It was more of a religious experience to take over the energy of the Epiphany than anything else. The political theater replaces the religious aspect for people on the left who claim atheism and science and government and democracy as their most important institutions. And that's their epiphany. That bad man did bad thing with bad men, bad people, bad. All bad, all bad. And we need more
All bad,
democracy.
all scary.
And then the
We
only
need
time
more
it's called a
democracy.
rebellion or an insurrection or anything like that, or revolt, is when you lose. Like if you win, now that shit was perfectly legal, and the other side was assholes. Like that's always, no matter what, how you look at it historically, any type of thing against the government is only illegal when you lose.
Do the British call the colonial insurrection the back in 1776 when
Them British
we got
came back for our
independence?
coon ass. They took it over again.
Did they call it an insurrection?
They called our coon ass bluff. They took it over again.
Coon ass bluff.
They figured it out. They used naughty words against us, make us feel bad, pejoratives and slurs.
That's true.
Yeah, but they're English pejoratives, so they're funny.
Bunch of teabaggers. You know what a teabag is? That's when you take your testicles and you put them in the mouth of somebody else who's pinned to the ground beneath you. Teabagging. That's what teabagging is. Bunch of teabaggers in history.
You do it like 2 times a day.
Dip,
Your
dip, dip.
mother smells like elderberries.
Like Destiny's taint.
She drunk. So for there to be
there's a bunch of him releasing recordings of having sex. Apparently, he likes recording his sex.
he likes people to see that he's actually engaging in acts. With
People are touching my penis.
Oh yeah, he was very proud to have those videos leaked and shared. And what we didn't get into with Ryan earlier, and the epiphany and the religious connotations of the culture, is the fact that that huge statue of George Washington, our first king, our first president. What is the title of that statue? Where he's become a god in the throne, the apotheosis. So at that point, they wanted to prevent the apotheosis of gold man Donald J. Trump, who loves gold and loves thrones and ruling.
Oh yeah.
His epiphany, his apotheosis, his God Dune-like emperor. What do they call him? The God Emperor Trump?
Yeah, God Emperor Trump.
Again, all this symbology didn't even enter into the conversation because for them, it doesn't apply. There's no significance. There's no
Got his own shekel, Marcus.
not understanding the significance of the culture, the art, the people, the religion, the beliefs. All of that is respected until it doesn't matter, and then it's not respected. It's ignored. But they like other cultures. This leads us back to another crazy guy who continues his resacralization effort, doubling down on his worst documentaries.
Stupiders.
Well, that's one of them. I'm thinking of a guy a head full of lead who likes Gnostic mathematics and number counting on fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that means open a can of whoop ass on myself. Yurt McGirt, resacralize my testicles. Dip, 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 dip. He's double, triple dipping on his worst documentaries and still refuses to explain what he means by National Socialism is a problem for the establishment and a solution for the white man. Never said anything more about that, but doubled down on his resacralization efforts on resacralizing the sacred Ojibwe tribes. And it's like, come on, my guy.
What's the National Socialism going to do for them? It's just for the white dudes?
What are the Ojibways going to do with National Socialism because they're not white enough to resacralize National Socialism? They can't grow mustaches and walk around looking like Hitler, goose stepping around in big stompy boots.
Why is it that sitting on this side of the podcast camera, we realize that maybe a third of the people that have podcasts are total dirtbag degenerates, like this Destiny guy, people that have some persona in front of everyone during their stream, but then the reality of who they are, they're just like a narcissistic sex drug fanatic. Like it seems like much more than in the regular population of people.
The especially the ones that get big. Like anybody that gets real big, it seems like that applies to. Like even the medium-sized ones, they're all right. Like Jim Bob, I fully expect if you met Jim Bob in person, he's probably, nicer than he is when he's being, his confrontational self, but pretty much exactly who you would expect him to be,
Funny, chill, welcoming.
But these bigger names, nah, they're all putting on a show. You even see it with like Andrew Wilson, where he used to be more reasonable, and now because he's picked a side, like he's now a Trump backer. Now he has to also agree with the bullshit, and that's a problem because now he's backed himself into a corner. He can't be reasonable anymore.
Get some
Take a
cool
stance.
emojis in chat. People are still chatting.
I disagree about what you were saying earlier about the apotheosis of Donald Trump. And I think that there was a holy prophet from about 150
absolutely.
years
We
ago
can talk about the moon and the sun.
that predicted it. Ingersoll Lockwood.
Right.
He wrote the Last President.
Look up the definition of a dyer. Oh, that's interesting now.
Are we shitting on Jay Dyer, chat?
Always.
I'm down.
Diarrhea.
Dyer
doesn't rain without thunder. You better sit down for this one, Jay Dyer.
A person whose trade is the dyeing of cloth or material.
Whole cloth, dyeing it, making it a certain color. A dyer. Yep. Theater guy. Costumer, dyer, Tyler.
Interesting.
Yep.
And we know that dude's dirty as fuck. And again, bigger name.
Content.
Like the bigger they are, the dirtier they are.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this, and we realize that if we picked a side on a bunch of different things, we would get a better following. And because we'd be on the polarized side, and that's where most people want to fit, and that's just not us. Like you can't, I can't look like with politics. I can't look at one side and not see the dirty shit the other side's also doing. Right. Like both sides are dirty as hell. How could I ignore that? But if you put up an anti-Trump title, you get people flooding into your chat, just dying to hear you say dumb shit about Trump.
So what do you find out with
the Democrat one? Same thing.
The open panel versus the blood sport debate, those types of crowds, they pay to remove Ryan from the panel because they don't want to hear a radical leftist at all.
Yeah.
He shows up and makes money for other people, and then they grease each other's skids and rub each other's backs, and then it goes around and around and around. Bringing in new rubes to throw in super chats, and then just throw those super chats back in other chats to get more money, to get the money machine going. Andrew Wilson makes a lot in super chats.
Oh man, does he
makes
ever?
A lot in super chats.
Like it's brilliant, the crowd that he's cultivated.
Everyone with a streaming channel should be accepting super chats. That's great. Let that happen.
Nice age, kitty.
They're awesome.
The debate on the gender of the celestial objects is ongoing. It is very ongoing.
Yeah, we can absolutely have that conversation.
Is Donald Trump a masculine gold sun figure? I don't know. He chooses to represent himself in a certain way. Sure, there's that. The apotheosis of our last president from the Ingersoll Lockwood story. I mean, that's all very interesting stuff. That builds into the lore and the mythos and the legend that, 100 years, 1,000 years from now, when people are talking about Donald Trump, will they also say, and the insurrection? And that was the fall of the Republic?
Well, it's just like the cough.
It's like Caesar.
In 10 years, these kids that, right now, the kids that are born right now, when they're 15,
that's just going to be a cemented fact of history.
Yeah. Welcome
All
to
the-
Chihuahua, James Maiden.
I'm a Chihuahua now.
Chihuahua status obtained.
Oh, James Maiden is a Chihuahua.
You'll have to
Thank
see that
you,
in the
James
Bender Calder
Maiden.
I did it
chat.
for the emoticons.
We're probably still on over on Rumble. It looks like there's some chatters putting emojis in the Rumble chat. We got a cool frog. Cool frog, $1 to the Rumble. Cool frog. Thank you for that.
Nice.
Rumble
Thank
super
you,
chat's
guys.
cool. Cool frog has rated the stream. Cool frog. Cool.
Jim put all the cool emojis that the members have availability to. Which we are looking for feedback on those, on what people would like to see.
Can you create more?
Not yet, but it does eventually open up more as your subs get more. I mean, we just passed 5,000. Thank you, everybody. So maybe that will open up availability for more slots.
Can you make custom ones, or are these part of the?
Yeah, no, these are custom ones. They're done by me.
We will improve the custom ones.
Yeah,
we are encouraged.
These were done by me, and I suck. This is like the coolest This is like the
I'm gonna
coolest
throw my hat in.
Yeah.
I've got some higher side chat award that would be a great. Yeah, it's pretty funny. It's not PG rated though.
Thank you, Kim. You and Sherry Ives and
a giant
Ray.
stone stylus.
Nice.
Ooh, King Corsos are
nice. Nice.
I have pit bulls. Everybody thinks they're Corsos because they're pure. My pit bulls are white.
Bone and Kimmy. The Great White Pope has been very participatory. Letting us know Lynn's, Tim. The Great White Pope, Uncle Fatty, Lynn's, trying to see.
I've seen Uncle Fatty on panels before.
On the Edge, Marte said he never called you a degen. Well, we're sticking to our story that you did say that, so you have to prove that you didn't say that we were degen.
He most definitely did.
But
he wasn't being all ruthless about it.
He said he did, and then he said he wasn't. Well, maybe he didn't say it in exactly those terms, but he meant it. We know he meant it.
I get it. You orthos just slather that onto everybody. I get it.
Yeah.
I wasn't offended.
So where does morality come from, guys? I mean, I know it's 12:30 and we're 4.5 hours into a live stream. So let's topple this topic of morality mountain, moral high ground.
Instagram. I think all modern day movements are started on Instagram. I think Instagram and Facebook are the reasons why January 6th happened. And all these people went down there because they had Instagram and they had Facebook and they had Twitter.
I don't know, dude. I got to be honest. I think that purposely they made Joe Biden's election numbers so inflated that there was going to be a natural movement. That 20 million extra votes, that's if you look historically,
it's a huge.
It's pretty much the same. It's moved up slightly every year, every election cycle, but that's because our population gets bigger.
So a lot of 18-year-olds registering to vote, and there's like 20 million of them.
And all of a sudden, 20 million extra voters show up. It didn't take any kind of. Everybody was thinking fraud. Stop getting in my face, Scott.
Right. So we bring up morality because there are there's different schisms of Christianities that all claim that they have the morality that other people do not have. So they have a morality system that, regardless of the ecumenical feast days and the patriarchy and the priest class and everything, at the bottom level of the working class people participating in the Christian religion, who cares about the founding of it? Who cares about Constantinople and Constantine and all the history of it? Because there are churches, and churches are great for families to raise children in. That's a good thing. So the morality of the church is the best feature of it, and all the lesser features we ignore. And then we call everybody outside the church degenerates and sinners who need to confess their sins and find Jesus. You need to find Jesus.
I think the organization of it was social media made possible for sure.
Yeah. I think morality is a control factor in religions.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
think
that's our criticism of orthodoxy. It only exists online. The Ortho-Bro movement only exists online. 10 years ago, people didn't care. 5 years ago, people were interested in it. But now, because the left is so degenerate and whatever the gender-affirming care stuff is pushed out, people are like, well, no, we need a counter-reaction to that to balance it out. So Catholicism was weird. Evangelical Christians have monster drugs, bull riders, and gay sword swallowers, and Jezebel spirits, and Lilith. So we're going to go to Orthodoxy and the Church Fathers and that strict structure. Well, it makes sense. I understand why they do it. What I push back on is the fake aesthetic of it, of becoming a catechumen and the cult-like language and the secret lessons and things that's its own mystery school occult initiation. And they're like, cult is bad. It's bad. It's bad. Well, you're doing it in your catechumen. You believe that there's one pot of oil that is the best pot of oil, and they keep making more oil, and it's oil and oil and oil and the anointing oil from the original pot of oil. Well, that's a cauldron. That's witchcraft.
Dude, and they use reliquaries.
Relics, saints. Yes, all of those things. And it's okay when they do it, but when everyone else does it, it's pagan, it's heathen.
So there's magic in your people's bones, but ours, it's bad. Weird.
It's control.
Well, they're moral. Control. They're moral in their magic, and any other magic is really immoral magic.
It's a greed of power, greed of control.
Right.
And straight up, when they built their fucking churches and different sacred sites and things, there's people that they fucking built into the like nooks of those that were alive.
That's celebrated. That is the celebration of the victory of the church fathers and the church continuing. They celebrate all of that. They venerate all of that. They love all of that. And people who are new to catechumen and that status of becoming a seeker in the Orthodox Christian Church, this is all new to them. It's all very exciting to them, and they turn from New Age ways. They were former occultists, former Satanists, and they all find Jesus, and the best version of Jesus right now is in the Orthodox Church. So whether or not they become sincere in their faith and study, I don't know. I don't need to see them performative on Instagram and social media to show me that they are performative in their religious beliefs. I don't care. Take it all offline. Take all your accounts down and shut up about it and go live a great life. But to bring it online and argue in favor of it and everything else is worst version of Christianity, who cares? Who cares?
I think mostly it's about aesthetics for these people.
I have the moral high ground. Look at me in my look at me holding my collection of new books from new church fathers I just purchased because Jay Dyer gave me a reading list.
It's just like a little kid when shit goes all wrong, they want to go hide under daddy's skirt. And I get it. And you guys want to have a daddy.
I am happy for those people who find faith and purpose in their understanding in an ecumenical setting with a church family in real fellowship in a local setting. But for it to be an online thing where you're catechumen for 5 years looking for a church, which is 5-6 hours away, well, maybe you need to build a local church. Great. That gives your life purpose. That's great. I'm not complaining about that. That's fine. Go and do that. Have a great life. Go marry, have children, have a family.
Funny enough, I actually live somewhere where there are Orthodox churches. Like where I'm from, I ain't never seen an Orthodox church. They don't exist. In the Midwest, there's really not any Orthodox, but Northern California, when California, before it was a state,
the Spanish and the Russians were having a fight over who would own California.
Right.
And so down south, it's all Spanish missionaries. That's why all the southern cities have like Las Vegas, this, they're all very Mexican names.
Right.
And then Northern California, that's not the case.
Well, what does that have to do with January 6th? Well, the fact is January 6th, led under Donald Trump, infiltrated evangelical Christian churches where they organized politically to vote for conservative politicians who would fight against abortion rights. And they all organized under that. So the church became political in a weird way, which caused further schisms and breakups of churches because of the political issues of the time, because of the medical information that was being suppressed and pushed and finagled in certain ways.
Yes, you hate everybody. This one's Stage Kitty. She hates every other cat.
What's that cat's MOS?
You hear that cat yelling?
Yeah, Hellfire Infantry.
Hellfire Infantry, dive bomber.
Yeah.
Secret Squirrel League.
She is angry. She hates every other cat. Hates them.
Well, it's the end of the third quarter. I understand it's a new fourth quarter, and there's more sex to be had, Cat. Get out there.
All right, guys. Well,
Get
thank
out
you
there,
for
Cat.
bringing us to 5,000. Thank you for joining us for the show. We love you guys.
Thanks to James Maiden, our resident
James
Chihuahua.
Maiden.
It's cool to become a membership
Today
on
on
Benjamin Balderson's channel. It's cool to have a Chihuahua. You'll be a bigger dog soon.
That's right.
Well, I did it for the emoticons.
For the emoticons.
I want to make one with Steve where Steve's like his head explodes, just like.
Can we have a
That'd be
coon ass
great.
raccoon with a big bottom, big booty bitches? Can we get one to celebrate Cardi B's accomplishments? Or big spenders?
Fuck. Oh, earlier today you would have laughed, Marcus. I made a Cardi B joke.
Cardi B.
That that dumbass fucking KO Dave that sits there with all the Transformers, like that's somehow cool. And he was saying something and showing off his Transformers. I was like, holy shit, Cardi B would go dry in this with this dude.
Shout out to KO Dave, who was chatting in the Radical Coder chat tonight.
That guy make Cardi B go dry.
Coders on the panel? Why? Asked Charles Darwin. I don't know if he's evolving or devolving into something. You guys will be here Tuesday night, next Tuesday? Is that before or after the January? I was going to say January 6th, but it's October 6th. So before we have the 7th, next week, we have the event on the Raging Tomato channel with Balderson and Steve going against two other lunatics.
What's the event?
Who's the more degenerate person? Destiny?
Steve and I are debating Marte and Rob Knorr on whether George Floyd or Destiny is worse for society.
The two evils. Which one is lesser and greater in terms of evil? So
I feel we have the upper hand in this. I don't see how they're gonna make Destiny is definitely horrible, but I don't see how they're gonna make him out to be worse than George Floyd.
Twist some nipples in that debate.
The timid grappler will be present.
Get them all greased up and then squeeze the grease off and feed it back to them.
Sanctify
All
that
right.
petroleum jelly.
Petrolatum jelly everywhere. Wow.
Well, see, and that's exactly how we needed to end the show. Love you guys.
Love you guys.